Well, hey there, beautiful souls. Welcome to Relationship Coaching Live. Today, we're diving into a topic that so many people have struggled with, including myself. Why do I keep attracting the wrong partners? If you've ever found yourself stuck in a cycle of toxic, emotionally unavailable, or just plain wrong relationships, you're not alone. So by the end of this session, you'll have the tools to break free from these patterns and start attracting the love you truly deserve. So grab your coffee, tea, or wine, and let's dive in. Okay. So let's see. We have some people joining from X. Love it. Let's start. Let's be real. Okay. Have you ever dated someone who seemed amazing at first, only to realize later they were completely wrong for you? Well, if this has happened more than once, it's no coincidence, you guys. It's a pattern. And today, we're uncovering why it happens and how to stop it. And I want this to be interactive. So please drop a comment in the chat if you've ever been like in a toxic relationship and ignored the red flags. Just do this emoji, okay? And or felt stuck in an unhealthy pattern. Let's create a supportive space where we can share and grow together. So did you know that we often attract partners based on unconscious patterns formed in childhood? This is called repetition compulsion. Our brain seeks out what feels familiar, even if it's unhealthy. If we grew up feeling we had to earn love, we might unconsciously choose partners who make us chase affection. Now, do you guys feel like your past relationships mirror your childhood dynamics? Type yes or no in the chat, please. Okay. So we have one comment. Oh, David. Hey, Grace, taking notes on this one. Thank you for all you do for us. Of course. That's my mission, babe. It's just being here and just helping others and helping myself too. Because as I help others, I help myself. And let's roll with this. This is a very interesting time that we're picking the toxic people. Oh my God. I have done that so many times, you guys. It's insane. But anyway, let's go to common dating patterns, not partners. Ooh, that was a Freudian slip. Common dating patterns. Yes. And partners too. It could go both ways. So first of all, we have the familiar trap. We often attract what feels familiar, not necessarily what's good for us. If your childhood was filled with unpredictability, you might be drawn to emotionally unavailable people because that's what you know. I can relate to that. I grew up with an emotionally distant dad and a narcissistic mother. So I actually peaked when I picked somebody who was narcissistic and emotionally available. Yay, finally, I got there and I resolved all my, not resolved all my issues, but I kind of was aware like, oh, okay. It's becoming aware that's really important, you guys. Thank you, by the way, all the ones that are joining on the State of Grace, Fraga on YouTube. Thank you for joining us. We're talking about the familiar trap. You attract what you've been through in childhood. That's basically what it is. It's familiar. It's comfortable, even though it's uncomfortable, because it's if it's unhealthy. Now, I know some people that had very healthy upbringings, and they attract unhealthy people too. So I don't know. Maybe they haven't come to terms with the unhealthy part of their upbringing. That could be a possibility. I do not know. I would have to listen to their story and, just figure that out. So we have a listener story, guys, because I love that you guys give me stories that I can share. And the names are not the names of the person sometimes, unless they allow me to use it. So Lisa realized she kept dating distant men growing up. She had to fight for her dad's attention. Right. That makes total sense. Once she recognized the pattern, she stopped settling for emotionally unavailable partners. So I love that she shared this story because the most important part, I think, is recognizing the pattern. And that's why this part of the live is called, the common dating partners, right? Like we were saying, I said partners again, you guys. I need help. The common dating patterns, okay? The familiar trap being one. Practical tip, okay, for this familiar trap issue. What you can do is write the most three common traits of your past partners. What did they share? Whether it's positive or negative, it doesn't matter. Like, what did they have in common? And are those qualities that you actually want or just ones that you're used to? And by the way, after the live, I'm going to turn this live into a free guide that's going to be available on the State of Grace shop. I'm going to put a ticker for you guys to be able to go there if you want to during the live or after the live. Give me like about 15-20 minutes so I can put it all together and send it to you. It's basically going to be a summary of this live, okay? So in case you want to have it on a PDF and you want to do the exercises later. So that's my practical tip. So I'm going to give you practical tips, okay? So we can get to the core of it. Why are we dating toxic people? Oh my God. I wish I would have been a relationship coach earlier in my life. I would have just saved so much heartbreak. But sometimes if we have the experiences, we become more empathetic to those that have those experiences. And so we can actually help each other more, I think. That's my 2 cents. So the next one of the common dating patterns is the fixer-upper syndrome. Okay. So if you constantly find yourself attracted to projects, people who need fixing, you might have a rescuer mentality. But love is not a DIY project. Okay. Leave that for something in your home that you want to restore or house. You can fix up, buy a fixer upper and just like sell it and make money. That's when it's good. But when it comes to love, I think people have to come to the table at least with some issues worked out and with the mentality of wanting to work out on their issues and being self-aware. That's one thing I would highly recommend, if you meet someone. Sometimes people also can fake that they're trying to fix their issues, or I wouldn't say fix their issues, but like be aware of their issues and work on their issues, because are the issues fixed ever? We don't know. So sometimes they come like that because they want the person really badly. So they kind of fake it till they make it. So be aware of that too. Red flags, just pay attention to red flags when that's the case. Like, oh, I'll change, red flags, pay attention. That's all I'm going to say. So we have another listener story. I love this. So David, not the David that just put, I put a comment. David always fell for struggling partners, thinking he could save them. But in the end, he felt drained and unappreciated. When he started valuing himself more, he attracted an equal partner instead of someone who needed rescuing. Yes. So remember, if somebody says, oh, you got everything that I need. When somebody says that to me, that's a big red flag, because it's like, oh, they want to kind of use me to fix their issues. No, you got to fix your issues by yourself. You can't use somebody else to fix your issues because they got the things that you need to fix your issues, the tools. So that's another thing I would be like, red flag wave. Okay. All right. So what is the practical tip for this? And I would say, ask yourself, would I still want to be with this person if they never changed? That's the key. When you meet someone, take them as is, because you can't change people. They can change themselves. You can influence them, be a good influence, but they have to be for you when they come to you. I think that's the key. If the answer is no, you would still want to be with this person if they never changed, step away. You deserve someone who's already emotionally available and at the level that you want them to be, right? And it's not like you're better or worse or anything. It's just people, we're all the same and we meet at different points, right? It's like entry points, like an airport. You know, you fly to Australia, there's an Australian who's at this, okay. It's not like you're higher than the other, but it's just you meet where you're at that moment. All right. So we got the familiar trap. What's familiar? The fixer upper, the rescuer. Those are not good. They're not bad, but there's something that you need to look into and see, become aware of it and work through it. Okay. And by the way, I offer a 30-minute relationship coaching session. If you go to the State of Grace shop under books and relationship coaching, there's a button on top. And I offer a discount also for a batch of relationship coaching sessions. But if you DM me, I'm happy to do a 30-minute Zoom with you, and we can talk about whatever you want to talk about in regards to relationships. All right, you guys. Number 3 of common dating patterns. Yay, I said it right, not partners. So it is, ignoring the red flags. And don't we all do this? And we find excuses. Well, maybe this, maybe he's always angry because of this. Maybe he's always, no, honey. Red flag, pay attention. All right. We've all been there, like seeing the red flags, but ignoring them because the chemistry is really strong. So remember that red flags do not turn green just because you're wearing rose-colored glasses. That kind of like color combination doesn't go. It doesn't now. Like rose and red do not bring out like a green flag. No. Anyway, here's the psychology insight, okay, of why we ignore the red flags. Because when we are in the early honeymoon phase, our brain releases dopamine, which clouds judgment. Did you hear that? Dopamine. And also, what's the, oh my God, I can't remember. I have chemo brain, you guys. But there's several hormones that make you feel connected to the person, but mostly dopamine, right? Because dopamine clouds judgment. That's why it's easy to ignore red flags at the beginning. It's very, very easy. So that's the psychology insight into why we do that. Okay. We're all human and we do stuff like that. It's just, it happens. Practical tip from me to you. Keep a red flag list in your phone, on your notes. If you have an iPhone, just keep it. I don't know, Androids, if they have some equivalent of notes, just do it. Just keep saying, oh, this was weird. And then read them back and you're like, okay. So the moment you see just one red flag in a new partner, don't rationalize it away. Okay. So I want you to drop a red flag in the chat if you've ever ignored red flags. What's a red flag that you've overlooked before? If you're not on the live and you're watching the replay, I would love for you to comment and let me know, what red flag have you ever overlooked before? All right, you guys, this is getting juicy now. It is. All right. I worked hard to do this for you guys. Okay. So let me see. We have a comment. Let me see. Here, number 3 is me, guilty. I am the kind of person who always gives somebody the benefit of the doubt because I do not judge. Yes, you always have my trust until you lose it, and it has hurt me both mentally and financially. You know what, David? I know a lot of us can relate to that. Absolutely. But it doesn't make you a bad person if you keep track of the red flags. And they might not even turn out to be red flags in the end. But if you see something that's really, your gut will tell you, this is just doesn't feel right. Before that dopamine takes over, just write it down. That's what I've been doing. And believe me, that's why I'm single. Because so many. Here, Jesse. Hi, Jesse. How are you? Good to see you on the live. So here he put a red flag. So what red flag have you ever ignored? And he's saying, king of red flags here. LOL. Trying to be nice. LOL. Oh, no, both you and David are such nice men. Beautiful souls, beautiful men. I adore you guys. And you two give me hope that they're like really cool empathetic, beautiful men out there. And thank you for that. That's your gift to me. And I'll hold you in my heart, you guys. Just like this. I'm not gonna do anything weird. Okay, moving on. So anyway, the next thing is we're gonna go into part 2, which is drum roll, recognizing and breaking free. Yes, all right. So we have all the red flags written down before the dopamine hits us, and it just blinds our judgment, right? Because it does. Oh my gosh, does it? I remember I used to have a boyfriend. We had great chemistry, and I would be like, I'm leaving you. And then it would just like be, again, we would be together. And like, I was much younger, so I really did not have the knowledge that I have now and the experience. And I wish I would just have left and, just avoid all that drama. It gives me a headache thinking about it. But anyway, so recognizing and breaking free. This is the good part here. So we already analyzed why we fall for the wrong person, the toxic person. It's the common dating patterns, which are the familiar trap, the fixer-upper syndrome, and ignoring red flags. So now we're going to be like, how can I break free? All right. So the first one is a self-reflection exercise. So let's do like a quick exercise together, okay? And I'll also tell you my experience, and please tell me in the chats. I would love to hear from you because we all learn from each other here. We're all a community, okay? I want to build community on all my channels and also, of course, on my socials, community of like-minded individuals where we can all help each other. And if you are watching from YouTube, or even if you're not, it would help a lot to grow this community of helping each other by growing the channel. And if you subscribe to it, all you have to do is hit that subscribe button, and that's it. And if you send me a screenshot of your subscription, I will send you a free digital gift. Yes, you heard me right. So please help us grow this channel and subscribe. Send me a screenshot. Instagram is the best way to message me. Follow me, I'll follow you back. And then you can slide into my DMs, show me the screenshot, and boom, I'll send you a gift. So, okay, so let's do a quick exercise, you guys. Think about your past relationships, okay? And I want you to write down 3 things that have been consistent in your partners, good or bad. Awareness is the first step to change. And if you feel comfortable, share one of your patterns in the chat. Let's normalize growth, you guys. So feel free to share. If I don't read them now, I will read them a little bit later. But if you're watching a replay, please let me know in the comments. You can do this exercise publicly in the comments, or you can do it, just write it down on your notes on your iPhone. That's totally cool. Whatever makes you feel comfortable. All right. So now that we have talked about self-reflection exercise, which is a very important part of the whole thing, we're going to go to number 2 of recognizing and breaking free from toxic relationships. Healing old wounds. So most of our dating patterns come from unresolved wounds. We talked about that with the familiar, right? We grew up with certain unhealthy patterns and it's familiar. And so we are attracted to that because we know it, right? So healing yourself is the first step to attracting better relationships. And I'm going to tell you a personal thing. I am going through a lot of healing. After my cancer healing journey, I healed my body, and also I'm healing my soul and my spirit through this journey. And I am cancer free, so yay me. But healing myself is first, because I know that I will attract somebody who is healing or has healed a lot of patterns or issues in their lives if I am doing the same thing, because like attracts like. So that's what I will, if I ever am in a relationship again, it will be with someone who has healed or is healing old wounds. That's it. Very, very important to me. This is crucial, to be honest. And like I said, some people fake the healing, right? Oh, yeah, I'm open. No. they fake it to get the girl or the guy. No, don't do that. Don't do that. It's just a nightmare. And I know your ego is going to be happy, but then you're going to have to undo all the mess. I've seen it happen to a friend of mine. So it never ends well. It's just, in the end, you lose. You get the person for a certain amount. The person realizes you're full of poo-poo, and they leave you. So here's a listener story, you guys, on this topic. Maria, some of the names are real, some of the names are not. You'll never know who they are. But send me your story if you want, and I will definitely, talk about it, and we can do kind of like a relationship coaching session live here together. And you can say whatever makes you feel comfortable. If it doesn't make you feel comfortable, take advantage of the 30-minute relationship coaching for free. So anyway, Maria, she used to attract controlling men. Once she worked on her confidence and set firm boundaries, she naturally started attracting kind and supportive partners. So yeah, I attracted controlling men before. And I think because I wasn't as confident as I am now, I feel like they made me feel like they could help me, with certain issues, or they could, kind of defend me if I needed it. And now I realize all I need is myself for all of that. And if I find somebody, I'm going to have all of that in practice already. I know I can defend myself. I love myself. I started building like stuff now. And, I used to get something like, I got a squat machine, and I used to call a friend of mine who is very handy, and he would put everything together. Now I did it by myself. You know why? Because I want to know how to do things, and I want to make sure that I know that I am independent and I don't need anybody, even if they're good. I just feel like I don't want to feel like I need anybody. Of course, we need each other for certain things, but things that I can do, I don't want to be like, oh no, my God, I'm so helpless. Can you build this for me? No, not anymore. It's over. So practical tip, try mirror work. I love mirror work, by the way. It is so effective. And I know it sounds crazy, but it's a very common therapy practice. So look in the mirror and say, I am worthy of healthy, loving relationships. So let's say it together. I am worthy of healthy, loving relationships. And I also want you to, if the spirit moves you, to journal about a past relationship and identify what you learned from it. That's another thing. We learn so much. We learn more from the toxic relationships, unfortunately, than we learn from the healthy ones. But we can learn without having to be in a toxic relationship. We can learn about life in general. So we don't need to be in a toxic relationship. We really don't. So anyway, number 3 of recognizing and breaking free, which is the whole spirit of this live. Okay. And it's going to be setting non-negotiables. Ooh, this one. Oh my goodness. I know that a lot of us settle for something that's not exactly for us. And there's a non-negotiable in there because we're afraid to be alone, or we are told that we need to have a partner or else we're nothing, right? So you deserve more than just bare minimum. We all deserve just way more than just bare minimum. What are your non-negotiables? It's time to define them. Okay. So my non-negotiable would be somebody who does not believe in human rights. And there's a lot of people that don't, unfortunately. Somebody who's not aligned with human rights. Somebody who thinks they're superior than other groups or other people. That is, to me, probably a very practical non-negotiable. Like if you can see that and you can hear it, if they say something that just doesn't align with human rights and empathy, no, I can't. I just can't do it. Not for me. Another person can do it, but just not for me. Here's a practical exercise, you guys, that we can all do. Write down 5 traits your ideal partner must have. If someone lacks them, they're not the one. Ooh, this is good. 5 traits, you guys, that your partner must have. Yes, let's do it. I'm going to actually write it after the after the live. I know I've written like just what I want and what I don't want, but I think 5 traits that are non-negotiable. Like these are 5 things that they must have. And whatever that means to you, everybody's different, right? Okay, so what is a non-negotiable for you? Please drop it in the chat, or if you're watching the replay, just drop it in the comments and we can start a conversation. Okay, so another part of recognizing and breaking free is the power of saying no. Saying no to the wrong people opens the door for the right ones. So if you say no to the wrong people, it opens the door for the people that are right for you. I have to repeat this because I have to remind myself of this, because how many times do I think back and be like, yeah, I learned from this toxic relationship, but then maybe I could have met somebody who's not toxic, and because I was with this person, I didn't have a chance to meet that person that's for me, right? But I think everything happens for a reason, and if we have the attitude of we learn and grow from our experiences, then everything will work for your highest good. That's what I believe. So practical tip on the power of saying no. Set a 3-date rule. The 3-date rule is really good. If you see red flags in the first 3 dates, walk away. I had a guy that he was actually an Emmy Award winner, but not an actor. And he said something that one time he took an edible and he wanted to unalive his family. I'm not joking. I was like, wow. And this was probably on the 3rd date. I was like, ooh, thank you for saying that, because where's the door? Let me run with heels and everything. So yeah, that was wow. When I heard that, and I appreciate him confessing that, but I was like, you should not be telling me this, but thank you for telling me, because I did not continue that. I did not pursue that anymore. So motivational moment now, saying no to blah, blah, blah. Say no to toxicity. That's a tongue twister. Toxicity is saying yes to yourself, and you are worth it. Like that shampoo commercial. Remember, you're worth it, like from years ago. Okay, I'm dating myself. Anyway, all right. So let's go to part 3. How can we attract the right partner? This is the most important part, right? So the first thing that I would say is be who you want to attract. Like I was saying, I am healing myself as best as I can, and I am being aware of issues that I have that have not been healed yet. And so I will attract that too. I will attract that person that is on the same path, right? On the same path that I am. So what I want you to do, guys, is write 3 qualities you want in a partner and ask yourself, do I embody these traits myself? So what I want you to know is, again, I'm going to say it again, that I will have a free guide available on the State of Grace shop. Let me put the ticker, and you can go there and you can get the free guide, and everything that we talked about here is going to be summarized there, including the exercises. Okay. It's going to be like more succinct, obviously, but you can have it and do the exercises if you want to, which I know they will help you, because I know they helped me. Right. So be who you want to attract. That's a very, very important thing. Do you feel like you are what you want to attract at this point? Let me know in the comments. I know I am who I want to attract for sure. I have reached that point where I know I have a lot of work to do, don't we all? But besides that, I know that I'm at a point where I have healed so much that I am ready to find somebody who's on the same boat level. But again, not looking, not pushing it at all. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I am okay either way. And that is a beautiful space to be, because it took me a long time to be here. And okay, so the next thing of attracting the right partner, you guys, is manifestation and intention. Manifestation is so important, you guys, and intention. Some people would call it an ego level, it would be like agenda, right? But I want you to set clear intentions for love. And I want to do that for myself too, because your energy attracts your reality. And this is not some new age BS. This is actually quantum physics. You attract the energy that you put out. Okay, so let's read. I have a comment here from David. I want to read it before we keep moving, okay? So let's see. They must, okay, so these are the things. I love this because these are the qualities that David wants in a partner. Love, love, love. So they must help others in need. I've always felt the need to want to help others. That's why I became a doctor. I also work with the homeless and food banks. You are an angel. I know that. Just beautiful soul, David. I love you so much. And you give me hope, and your love and support means the world to me. And so if they don't get that, or at least understand why it's so important to me, I can't be with them. I get it. Totally get it. I don't need 3. Just that simple trait will go far. Oh yeah, because it encompasses so much, right? Absolutely. I love that. And yes, unfortunately, I have had a beautiful women not understand that. And that's something I will never understand. People who look down because they may be above them, or at least feel that way. Yeah, that I don't understand it either. And nobody is better than anybody else. And I think that some people feel that because maybe they're insecure, or they have also been indoctrinated to feel superior to other people. It's maybe a combination of both, right? So yeah, I agree with you, David. For me, it's like the empathy, like I said before, empathy. And yeah, not that we have basically the same thing. Yeah, we're on the same page. So practical, here's a practical tip, my loves. Write a letter. Ooh, this is good. Write a letter to your future partner, describing them as if they already exist. What a great exercise. This is fun. Speak affirmations daily. I am worthy of healthy, fulfilling love. Affirmations are very important in the I am form, because I think I am is the higher self. It says God is I am. I think God is in us. It's our higher self, whether it connects with the universal God, or whatever you want to call it, the universe, or whatever, or it's just there, all of us, and we're all one. I mean, whatever. We just don't understand it very well. But I think that the I am affirmations are very, very important. During my cancer journey, I was like, I am healthy. I'm perfectly healthy. I'm just constantly saying that like 3 times a day at least. And that kept me going. And so the same thing can be done for love. I am worthy of healthy, fulfilling love. I am worthy. That's it. Simple as that, right? I love that. Thank you, David, for sharing your heart, your beautiful heart. I love it. So another thing, guys, that attracting the right partner is dating smarter. Okay, so what is that? Here are 3 quick dating strategies to attract better partners. Be clear on your values from day one. So if we're clear what we're looking for and what we want, then it's going to be easier for us to spot that. And anything that's not aligning with our values, then it's not for us. It doesn't mean it's bad or better, or it's just not for us. And that's it. We all know what we want, most of us. And if you don't know what you want, definitely sit down and just be clear. What are my values from day one? What do I want in a partner? Another thing that's really, really, really important, you guys, and I wish I would have listened to my higher self many times. Trust your gut. Your intuition is smarter than your heart. Trust your gut. Just trust that gut feeling. If something is not right, doesn't feel right for you, walk away. Yeah, because I know that in the past I have suppressed that feeling, like that gut feeling. Like I would be like, ooh, like I feel like a fear kind of gut thing. And then I'd be like, no, it's just, maybe they're angry because of this and that. But then I was like, they seem to be angry like all the time. So maybe it's just there's something about this person that needs work. So walk away, Grace. Another thing that a dating strategy to attract better partners is focus on building a friendship first, because lust fades, but connection lasts. Okay. And I know it's easier said than done, because sometimes the connection, the chemistry is so powerful that we're like, oh my God, I can't get away from this. We've all gone through that, right? And we know they're bad for us. Sometimes it's like obvious that they're bad for you, but you just keep going back. And sometimes it's not so obvious. So sometimes it takes us a little longer to figure that out. And that's okay. Again, we're here on this planet to love and help others, and also to learn and grow and heal. So I think that's pretty much in a nutshell why we're here. That's my opinion. I could be wrong. I could be right. I don't know. Who cares? But that's how I feel that, we're here for that. So, all right, you guys. So I am going to have the guide, the free guide, just going to be on I'm going to put the link in the pinned comment and also in the description. But if you look at the pinned comment, I always put like the free guides and free resources there. Give me, like I said, 10, 15 minutes and I'll have it ready for you. So I want to show you actually a book that I wrote for dating, as a dating guide. If you want to get it, I'm going to show you, I'm going to run a little video so you can see it. Dating is like trying to find a needle in a haystack, except the haystack is full of frogs and weird DMs. But who says you can't have fun while you're searching for that needle or prince? Say goodbye to dating disasters and hello to love that lights up your world. In Love, Laughter, and Lessons, a fun guide to dating, I spill all the secrets to navigating the dating scene with grace, humor, and just the right amount of sass. Whether you're swiping left or making eye contact across the room, I'll show you how to attract love like a magnet. It's time to stop waiting for love and start living it. Get your copy of Love, Laughter, and Lessons, a fun guide to dating today, and let the magic begin. All right, you guys. If you think that's going to benefit you, feel free to get it, but I will have the free guide link in the pinned comments. All right. So we talked about patterns, healing, and setting standards. Remember that you are the architect of your love life. Design it with care. Okay. So let me know in the comments, you guys. Let's start more of a conversation. What is your biggest takeaway today? Share it in the chat if you're watching live, and if you want to. And if you're watching the replay, please do. And I'll reply to all the comments that are on my comment section. For sure, I do that. I always make sure I check them. And share it in the chat, because you know what? Your insights inspire me. All right. So I am going to end the live in a couple of minutes. But if you love this, follow for more relationship wisdom. Okay. You can follow me on my socials or hit that subscribe button on the State of Grace right here on my YouTube, the State of Grace Fraga. Subscribe and you get notifications of all the podcasts and all the videos that I have. I have comedy. I have comedic characters there. The Tias, the award-winning mockumentary, who, by the way, we're doing a live this coming Thursday with my girl Stephanie Tejada, who plays Marisa, and I am Consuelo. And the Tias will always give you advice that you don't want to hear, because that's what they do, those girls. So if you loved it, again, if you love this, follow for more and check out my book, because it's packed with tools to help you attract real love if you want to, if that's what you want, if you have in your heart. So I see we have some people on YouTube. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate you guys. Let me know, like, if anything here has helped you with your love life, or has helped you kind of think about stuff and stir up some thinking. And would love to hear from you guys. But I gotta get going. And every Tuesday we're here at 11:30 a.m. Pacific time, 2:30 p.m. Eastern time, talking about relationships and talking about relevant stuff that will help our lives be better. Okay, so check my YouTube channel. There's tons and tons of good stuff, from celebrities, interviews from that to this relationship coaching live, to comedic characters, to stand-up comedy, to everything. Because my mission, my banner actually in every social media and on YouTube is that the state of grace is your journey to joyful living. So that's what I want to bring to the world, joyful living. And this is one of the things, because if you resolve your issues and if you attract better partners, you're going to have even more joy. But the joy is within us. So first we got to find it within us. And then once we find it within us, we're going to only choose people and experiences that bring us peace and joy. And even through the hard times, which we're going through right now, a lot of us are. So during the hard times, if you find the peace and the joy inside of you, it's just going to make your life so much better. So here is David. Always appreciate you, Grace. Thank you for putting up with me. P.S. Being single isn't always a bad thing. Oh, no. Sometimes we have to be single to be able to know ourselves, get to know ourselves, find that joy, that peace, that love within ourselves, so that then we can align with somebody who is looking for the same things or is on the same path. So no, it's good. I'm enjoying being single. I'm happily single and I love it. I was married before and I've had relationships, and some are good, some were not that great. And with my relationship with myself, I'm kind of like always treat myself with dignity and love. So I'm a good date. I date myself, and that's pretty cool. So thank you so much, my loves, for joining. I love you so much. And I will see you next Tuesday at 11:30 a.m. Pacific time and 2:30 p.m. Eastern time. Have an amazing day. I love you. Stay beautiful and stay joyful. Bye. Hey, graceful souls, Grace Nation. How are you guys doing? I am welcoming you back to Relationship Coaching Live, where love meets laughter and real talk rules the mic, honey. I'm your host, Grace Fraga. I'm a relationship coach and comedian, and I'm also your sassy guide through the wild ride of love and life. Today's episode is for anyone who's ever felt like their relationship is more chaos than connection. You know what I mean? Like when communication breaks down, emotions run real high, and you're wondering, why did I even swipe right on this person? But don't worry, we're diving into relationship chaos, how to thrive when things get tough, with tips, truth bombs, fan stories, scientific backup, always practical tools, and just enough sass to keep it spicy. So let's go. All right. So this is what I called segment number 1, and it is what is relationship chaos. And by the way, welcome to those that are on YouTube. I see there's one on YouTube and all the other platforms. I see Facebook is not going. I don't know why. Yeah. I'm telling you, this Facebook is a mess. Don't ask me. Facebook is just a disaster. I lost my account, by the way. I know I'm burdening you with my problems, but I lost an account for some BS copyright issues, which I never even post anything that's not mine. So be careful with Facebook because they will take your account for no apparent reason. Hi, Jesse. Good to see you. Good to see you. Let's talk about relationship chaos. This is going to be fun, right? We are familiar with that. I know, Jesse, you are, and I am familiar with relationship chaos. All right. So what is exactly relationship chaos? It's that messy emotional storm when things stop flowing and start blowing up, like arguments, right? Silence. Ooh, that's a tough one. Drama. Oh, the drama, confusion, unmet expectations, and sometimes, even betrayal, honey. That's a tough one. I don't do betrayal very well. I don't take it very well. I take it personal, which I shouldn't, but I really do. Here's the tea, you guys. Okay. So chaos doesn't always mean your relationship is doomed. Sometimes it's just growing pains. Two people evolving, triggering each other's wounds, and learning to dance through the discomfort. Now, we all have those relationships, right? And some relationships are for a season, not to worry. Some relationships are just for us to learn something on this planet and to evolve and to realize, they're like a mirror to our shadow and to our light also. So I was actually watching La La Land yesterday again for the second time. I love that movie. And it reminded me of one of my relationships where we both had dreams, and then we just fell, the relationship fell apart. We stayed friends. And then, he got married. And before he got married, the woman who was with him was like, you need to cut all ties with her. They didn't even want me as a friend, right? So I never met her. I have nothing to say about her. But I think they demonized me, and that was the only way that he could get away from the soul tie that we had. When you're soulmates, and I was wondering, when I was watching the movie, like, why he was my soulmate, one of my soulmates, because I believe we have a lot. And it's not just romantic. Soulmates can be a parent, it can be a brother, a sister, a cousin, a friend. So I was like, why did we break up? Why didn't it work out? And, if allegedly we signed soul contracts before we come to this planet, let's assume that's real. I think our soul contract expired in 2017. And it was hard to let go. For me, it was really hard because I'm a very loyal person. And so for him, he wanted to be with someone else, which is fine. I had no issues with that at all. But that person was insecure or just didn't want me around, and that's fine. I understand. But the way he did it was terrible. And I was so hurt. And, and now it's 8 years later, I was watching La La Land, which, by the way, I watched it with him the last time I saw him before he turned on me, because he truly turned on me. It was a betrayal. And I watched it again, and in full circle, I understood that soulmate was just for a season, and we grew together, we evolved, but we evolved at different times, I think, and one had to catch up with the other, and I'm not going to say who, but one had to catch up with the other, and they just didn't want to do that. They didn't want to face their shadow and work on their hurts, and worked a little bit like, okay, it's me, right? I worked on my hurts and my shadow deeply. And when one works on their shadow and the other one doesn't, then that's going to be a problem. But is that meant to be chaotic? Not really. You can have a peaceful breakup and be like, hey, our soul contract is over. Let's do this in a nice, friendly way. And so, yes. And you know what? Chaos doesn't always mean your relationship is doomed. Sometimes it's just the growing pains, right? The two people evolving. And like I was saying, we triggered each other's wounds, and we learn to dance in the discomfort. Sometimes we just, one of us or the two of them, leave the dance floor because it's too much. at that time, right? I always say a little chaos is like salsa, spicy and exciting, but too much, you burn the whole darn taco. Okay, so be careful. A little spice, good. Don't overdo it. Then you're gonna get heartburn. Not cute. So I have a fan story because I always have fan stories, scientific backups when there is one, and practical tips. So let's go to the fan story. Some of the names are changed, by the way. This one has been changed. So one listener, Bella from Austin, shared how she and her partner would go days without speaking after a fight. But once they started scheduling safe space Sundays to talk things out calmly, the chaos started to settle. Yes, I think that communication is number one, right? When you're in any type of relationship, communication is crucial. And sometimes, you ask the other person, like, what made me feel more comfortable is this, and the other person tells you that too. And sometimes some people are not willing to compromise, and some people are. So every relationship is different, and the outcomes, there's a million outcomes out in the quantum field, billions of outcomes, right? And we do choose our reality. We're getting into spirituality here in the quantum field, into quantum science, quantum physics. So there's a million possibilities out there. So which one do you want to jump into? Which one do you want to manifest? And sometimes you want to manifest one and the other person wants to manifest another. And that's okay. That's when the soul contract is over. It's done. So moving on, right? I love that I watched La La Land last night, and it just gave me all this insight about my own relationships, because to know myself is to know humanity, right? When you know yourself, you can connect with other people, because we all go through very similar things. That's why we relate to movies like La La Land. I was like, oh my God, this is like parallel lives between me and I can't remember the name of the male character, but it was I was crying. I'm a crybaby, and but I cry like by myself. I don't cry out loud out in front of people. I try not to. Let's put it that way. So okay, you guys, practical tip. Create a weekly ritual, like a relationship reset night. No phones, no distractions, just deep listening, sharing appreciations, and planning the week ahead as a team. So we learned from Bella, right? Cheers, by the way. I'm drinking my coffee with a straw. You know why I drink it with a straw? Then I don't stain my teeth. So that's a practical tip. And always use glass straws, because they don't have plastics. They don't leak plastics. Anyway, sidebar. And by the way, we have mugs. Let me show you. I have mugs on my shop, the State of Grace shop. Positive affirmations, dream big, and create your own story. That's what we were talking about. And shine your light. Let your light shine. There you go. So these two apply actually to what we're talking about, right? You let your light shine, and if the other person doesn't want, it's too much light, then they're gonna be like, either put sunglasses and deal with it, or they're gonna be like, I can't see anything, bye. So anyway, I'm very metaphorical today. I don't know why I am like that. Anyway, let's move on, my loves, to segment numero dos. Okay, so segment number 2 is the root of the chaos. And by the way, drop your comments. Just let me know about your experiences. Let me know if you agree or disagree with something, if you had a different experience or similar experience. And don't forget to subscribe on YouTube, like, comment, and share. Okay. All right. Let's move on to the root of the chaos. All right. Let's get real. Okay. So chaos just doesn't pop out of nowhere. It does have roots, as can be unhealed trauma, poor communication, unrealistic expectations, fear of abandonment, and control issues. Okay, let's start with unhealed trauma. All right, cheers, by the way. Coffee, delicious. It's on my Amazon store. It's amazon.com/shop/the State of Grace Fraga, and it is the most pure coffee and healthy coffee you can have. It's from Costa Rica, no pesticides, and low acid. Cheers. Delicious, by the way. So good. Okay. So unhealed trauma. All right. We all have that. I am a victim of narcissistic abuse growing up, and a lot of things that my partners would do would trigger that. As I healed, when I started dating and lived with, was engaged to somebody who was a narcissistic abuser, that's when I had to face my own shadow, because I had been avoiding it and I had been in denial. And I really didn't know, was ignorant about what had happened to me. I know it wasn't right. And I know it didn't make me feel loved. But actually, the most narcissistic, abusive person I ever dated is the one that put a mirror to my face and was like, you have some unhealed trauma. So again, everybody is in our lives for us to learn something from it. Even if it seems like the chaos and the meanness, even the evil sometimes is unbearable, you can use it to heal yourself or to understand why it triggers you a certain way. Cheers again. Love this coffee, you guys. Okay. Poor communication. Well, again, communication is key in any relationship, because if you keep something inside, then how is the other person going to know what bothers you or what makes you feel a certain way? Always start with things, I feel that, okay? Or I feel like when you do this, it makes me feel this way. Without being accusatory, that's a good communication. Now, if you're accusatory and you mess up, just back down and be like, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be accusatory, blah, 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 right? Thank you for joining on X and YouTube. Thank you, guys. I see you. And Twitch, I see you, my loves. Thank you for being there. Okay, so another thing that's the root of chaos, could be the root of chaos, is unrealistic expectations. Oh, boy. Let me sip some coffee before I talk about that one, because boy, I'm the queen of unrealistic expectations. Okay, so for those of us who are romantic and like want everything to be beautiful and perfect, unrealistic, right? I mean, you can have that, but there's going to be a little chaos here and there, right? So have realistic expectations. Know that this is a human relationship with two humans who have egos, who have unhealed trauma, who have triggers. And so just don't idolize someone, put it on a pedestal and be like, oh, they're perfect and this and that. And that usually happens in the beginning of a relationship, because all the right hormones are like just flowing and you're like, oh my God, they're so amazing. I still do that. And then I'm like, okay, Grace, just chill out. And these are just people. They're not gods. They're not, you're not supposed to idolize them. And because when we idolize somebody, this just came to me. What happens is we put ourselves down, right? But we got to keep ourselves up, because we have to love ourselves before anything, before we can love anybody else. So when you put somebody on a pedestal, you love them more than you love yourself, which no bueno. Let me take a sip. Okay, so these are heavy, heavy things that we're talking about. All right. Another thing that could be the root of the chaos in a relationship is the fear of abandonment. Have you guys let me know if you ever experienced any of these in the comments. I love to hear from you. Okay. So fear of abandonment. Wow. That one is very common. We all have that. And I don't know why we're afraid to be abandoned. That is a tough one. I think that it is also related to unrealistic expectations, where people might abandon. If we have also another thing, remember, we create our own reality. Again, quantum physics, right? So if we have that fear of abandonment, guess what? You're attracting that, because you're going into that field, that vibrational field. And yes, everything vibrates in this quantum field that we live in, this 3D cube. Everything has a vibrational frequency. Okay. So when you're in a vibrational frequency of fear, then you attract that, and you're going to make that happen. So instead of having the fear of abandonment, maybe have the understanding that a relationship is not perfect, and it can go anywhere, anyway, and it changes all the time, and it grows, or it gets stuck, or one person grows more than the other, or one person is doing their shadow work, what they call shadow work, which is basically healing. So one person is doing their healing, the other one is not willing to do it because they're afraid or whatever. So things are going to happen. Nothing in this world is forever, which is good. This is coming from a cancer survivor. I am glad that was not forever. Okay. Sorry, I'm drinking my coffee. I did not have time. I had a busy morning, but I need my coffee, you guys. Do you guys need coffee? Let me know in the comments. Do you need coffee or tea or anything? This is decaf, by the way. I can't, after chemo, my nerves got a little bit messed up in the sense that they're very, very sensitive. So whenever I have like real coffee, I have a panic attack. I'm not kidding you. That's how sensitive my nerves have become. But I have become more calm, which is kind of like a weird paradox. My nerves are a little bit more sensitive, but I am calmer. I don't know. That one I don't have an answer for. I might next time. All right. What's another root of chaos in a relationship? Oh boy. Control issues. Control issues. Before we get into that, let me see what the comment here. Jesse says, always need coffee and tea. Amen to that. There's a time for coffee. There's a time for tea. I have green tea every morning. By the way, you guys, green tea is so healthy. You should definitely drink tea. It is wonderful. Green tea specifically. Let me put the address of my store. I buy a fantastic green tea with the full well, they're kind of like dried leaves, but they're full. Okay, so let me see. I think this is let me double check. Okay, I'm going to scroll it. You can get the tea. Oh, no, well, I'm going to put it up. You can get the tea there. Let me put it as a ticker so you have it there. And you can buy the tea with the leaves, the green tea, which is fantastic. It's organic, and the coffee that's organic, no pesticides, nothing. It's fabulous. You can take tea baths too. Absolutely, because the skin absorbs everything, right? And you can take, like, if you take chamomile tea bath, I'm sure you have to be careful because you really fall asleep on the chamomile. By the way, for those who can't sleep, it's the best thing. Don't take pills unless it doesn't work for you. But if the chamomile tea works for you, oh my God, you guys, please do it. It is the best thing you can do. So let me see and make sure that I have the right address for, I think, the state of Grace Fraga. I don't think it's just the state of Grace, because some of them I have the state of Grace. Yeah, the state of Grace Fraga. So I have the right address. Woohoo! Yay! Okay. So let's see. So we were talking about control issues. Let's go back. I needed a little break before we continued to talk. We need to talk about stuff that we do, like real life, like tea and coffee, right? This is so good. It's getting cold, guys, so I need to drink it. Okay, so let me actually put this banner and here. There you go. Okay, control issues. Oh, boy. Okay, so like, for example, let's say you have fear of abandonment, you have fear of betrayal, you feel like you don't want to let life flow because when you did, life betrayed you in your reality. I personally don't feel it betrayed me. I feel like life is trying to teach me something, the universe or whatever, or God, whoever you want to call it, whatever you want to call it. So I think that when we have control issues, which I used to have control issues because I'm, as a victim of narcissistic abuse, you want to control your environment. You want to observe, like, are they going to beat me up? Are they going to, abuse me? What the heck? So anyway, this is like coffee time with Grace. This is not relationship coaching live anymore. I think we crossed over to coffee with Grace. Okay. So yeah, so just let life flow and my advice would be let life flow. My mom used to say that all the time. Graciela, you can control everything. Let life flow. Yeah, okay. I hear you now, mama. So let life flow and know that everything happens for a reason. And I know, like, even cancer, I went through cancer. It happened for a reason. It opened my eyes. I kind of needed something to open my eyes. They say this is a spiritual thing that we, again, not only sign the soul contracts when we come here, but we choose what happens to us. And it's so weird. Like, why did I choose, cancer? Well, I guess breast cancer. I sacrificed my boob to the gods for spiritual knowledge. That's how I see it. That's my humorous side. But anyway, so control, honey, we can only control certain things. Other things we cannot control. So we have to let it go. Okay. So awareness of all these issues, and let's go over them. The root of chaos can be unhealed trauma, poor communication, unrealistic expectations, fear of abandonment, and control issues. So awareness of any of these or any others is step number one. When you know your triggers, you stop turning your relationship into a war zone. Yes. This is my tip. This is Grace tips, practical tips. If your partner shuts down during a fight, it's not always personal. Sometimes it's survival mode. Learn to decode behaviors instead of assuming the worst. And if you're a dramatic person like I am dramatic, believe it or not. Like inside, I'm dramatic. If you watch my series, The Dias, you will see Consuelo is my inner dramatic diva. She's very dramatic. So, instead of being on that ego mode and like, oh my God, they hurt me, they don't like me. It's like, well, maybe they're going through something, maybe it's their trigger. They're trying to survive me, by me confronting them or something on something. So just always be aware that it's not all about you in that sense. Okay. It's about, because we are all mirrors of each other, because we are one consciousness. Technically, we are one consciousness expressing itself in different ways. That's why we're different, but the difference, is really kind of not real, because we're all one. And so we're mirrors to each other, right? So a lot of times when somebody does something, it can trigger somebody, like when people, the trolls that comment, not the bots, but like real trolls, real life trolls, they comment something negative because maybe your light might trigger them. I don't know. You're maybe you say something that triggers them, reminds me of their parents, or the parents did this, or this person did that. So I'm going to back all this up with science. Okay. So studies in the Journal of Marriage and Family Therapy show that unresolved childhood trauma can resurface in adult relationships, especially under stress, increasing the likelihood of conflict. Awareness and trauma-informed therapy can make a huge difference. Yes. So speaking of trauma-informed therapy, this weekend, I will have a relationship coaching live streamathon with the best of relationship coaching live. We're going to have healing. We're going to have success and healing trauma, healing with laughter, success. And what's the other thing? I have to look at let me see. Oh my God. I do so much, you guys. I don't know about you, but I do so much that I forget what I do. I'm like, that's good. Okay, I'll put it there. And then I forget. But anyway, and laughter, healing. Okay, something else. Just look it up. It's actually, if you go to my YouTube, it's under like the lives that are coming up. Okay. It's going to be amazing. It's a 6-hour, I already made the video, a 6-hour streamathon with the best, with Dr. Brian King, who wrote the the Laughter Cure, excuse me. Andy Roach, who is a trauma therapist. And then we have Elizabeth Hamilton Warino, who's going to talk about success. Oh, that's it. Success, laughter, and healing. That's it. Success, laughter, and healing. Okay. Good job, Grace. So anyway, I highly recommend you to join it. It's going to start at noon Pacific time, 3 p.m. Eastern time. It's going to be amazing. The best of relationship coaching live. And then also I will talk about healing from narcissistic abuse. There's a few videos about that. So definitely highly recommend. Anyway, going back. Whoop. Okay. So practical tip, okay, for the root of chaos. And what triggers you? Journal your top 3 triggers. Then ask your partner to share theirs. When you understand each other's sensitivities, you reduce emotional landmines. Yes, you do. By the way, I am going to produce a guide, a free guide of all this that we talked about. It's going to be available on the State of Grace shop. It's going to be on the comments, in the pinned comments on YouTube. Give me about a half hour after this live and I'll have it ready for you. Okay. Okay. Segment number 3, you guys. Okay. Let's go with segment number 3. And it is how to communicate in the middle of the storm. You're both in chaos, right? Okay. Do you guys yell, cry? Do you ghost them or text your therapist? Nah. Here's how to thrive. Okay. I mean, you can do all of those, but I highly recommend these things. Okay. There's 4 things that I would love for you to do. And again, the free guide is going to be in the pinned comments in about a half hour after the live. And you can download it for free at the stateofgraceshop.com. Let me see if I have that banner. Yes, I do. There it is. The stateofgraceshop.com. Make sure you download it. I always have guides. There's so many free guides there. By the way, you guys, you can just download narcissistic abuse, parenting, solo parenting, trauma. There's so much free stuff there. And there's also books that are only $5.99 and they're available on PDF. And you can download them and read them on your phone or your computer. And they're a fast read and they're packed with knowledge and good advice. And good experiences, because I come always from a place of experience rather than, this is, like, I'm not a therapist, I'm a relationship coach. So my style is coming from my own experiences so I can help you, even if I haven't experienced that or I've seen somebody else experience that, then I take from my reality and process the information and also study, because I had to get, a certification as a relationship coach. So anyway, moving on. So here's how to thrive. Put your queen crown or your king crown right now. Okay. So use I statements instead of blaming. Like, I feel hurt when you don't text back, instead of, you always ignore me, or what. That's my whiny, annoying voice. All right. Number 2, take a pause. Silence can be sacred, you guys. Sometimes when I don't know what to say and I have like anger or like a feeling that's going to create conflict, I just take a pause. I've even said to a friend one time, I have to go to another room because right now I'm really mad at you. He was really being mean. Really mad at you. I'm going to go to my room, lock my door. And when I have more clarity in my mind of what's happening right now, I will come out and we'll talk. Right now, if I talk, we're going to probably not be friends anymore. So I highly recommend take a pause. Okay. So also set emotional boundaries, you guys. Not everything is yours to fix. It's not your problem if somebody's got an emotional trigger, just set emotional boundaries also. Like, if somebody is triggering you or is crossing the line, being like too much or too invasive, set the emotional boundaries. Like, hey, I love you, and I would like for you to not text me every 2 hours. I had people that did that, guys that did that. I can't handle that. Okay. Number 4, ask questions like, what are you feeling right now? Instead of, what the hell is wrong with you? I used to say that a lot. But I learned, because age, i.e. time, teaches you a lot. Some people don't learn, but I try to learn as much as I can. Okay, that's my jam. So, by the way, comment if something resonates with you, and remember to like, subscribe, share, and comment on my YouTube. We want this community in YouTube to grow, because literally this is a channel, a YouTube channel where we channel joy, love, peace, compassion, enlightenment, all the high vibrational stuff. And we also talk about our low vibrational stuff, which might come out sometimes, or we just like look at it like, oh, okay, I see you. Yeah. But this is a channel called The State of Grace, which is your ideal state of being. And my banner is Your Journey to Joyful Living, which, by the way, is the title of the Streamathon that's going to be on April 5th. It's going to be live with new guests or guests that have been on Relationship Coaching Live. But oh my God, it's going to be a marathon of amazeballs. Like, oh my God, you have no idea. It's a stellar lineup. So definitely tune into that. And it's going to replay. It's going to be available on YouTube. It's going to be epic. Anyway, all right. So let's keep going. So what I say is, don't fight to win. Fight to understand. This is not Mortal Kombat. It's intimacy. Okay. Totally different vibe. All right. Let's go to a fan story. So again, the names are changed. Disclaimer. Marcus from Brooklyn said that when he and his boyfriend started using a code word to pause arguments, it gave them space to breathe and re-engage later with clarity. The word pineapple. That would make me hungry if I had that word. Pineapple. I like pineapple. All right. So science backup. According to research in psychological science, taking short breaks during arguments reduces cortisol level, which is the stress hormone, and allows for more productive conversations. Regulating your nervous system helps both people feel safer. Absolutely. A lot of the mental illnesses are about not being able to regulate your emotions. I saw that with my mom, who was BPD. She could not regulate it. Thank you, Jesse. Yes, all of it resonates, all of it. I love you. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm so happy that it does. Because we all go through these things. This is life. This is the life in the 3D, life in the cube, I call it. This is some people call it the matrix. We're just here to learn, to grow, and to love and help each other. That's it, pretty much. And then we go back to another dimension where we don't have sickness, we don't have all this. We might have other things. I don't know. I've never been there, or I don't remember being there. I'm sure I've been there. If it's true that there's parallel universes in the quantum field, which I think more than a theory, it's a reality. There's different dimensions and different stories going on at the same time and different lives. I'm sure I'm somebody else in another timeline or in another dimension. So anyway, okay, moving on. Going back to Relationship Coaching Live, Grace. This is not quantum field nerdy stuff. Okay. Anyway, but it all relates. You know what I'm saying? Like it all kind of relates. So practical tip for how to communicate in the middle of the storm. Create a communication cheat sheet together. Include safe words, calm phrases, go to conflict diffusers, and emergency cuddles. I love that. Yes, cuddles are valid and they work. Okay, again, this is all going to be in a free guide in about a half hour. You can download it for free at the State of Grace shop. And it's going to be on PDF, so you can download it and benefit from it, and it's free. We love free, don't we? I love free. Anyway, all right, let's go to my loves segment number 4. We have 5 segments. We're almost there. 5 segments. Woo! Okay. And more people are joining. Thank you so much on YouTube and on X and one on Twitch, which is fantastic. I appreciate you guys joining me live. It's way more fun when you're live and I know you're here. It's like having a conversation, like having a little party. That's how I feel about it. All right. So segment 4, when to stay or when to walk away. Let's be real, okay? Not all chaos is cute. Not really. If you're constantly in survival mode, these are all red flags, okay? If you're constantly in survival mode, red flag number 1. Red flag number 2, if you've lost your sense of self. Ooh, with narcissistic abuse, eventually that's going to happen. Red flag number 3, if there's abuse, manipulation, or betrayal without accountability. Oh, wow. If you're with narcissistic abuse, living with a narcissistic abuser, there's the accountability. It's going to be fake. It's going to last like a few minutes, and then they're going to go back to their old ways of projecting and accusing you. So when those 3 flags, okay, are there, so let's go over them. If you're constantly in survival mode, if you've lost your sense of self, and if there's abuse, manipulation, or betrayal without accountability, then it's time to ask, is this a relationship storm I'm meant to weather? Or is it sinking my ship? Sometimes the bravest thing you can do is walk away, not because you don't love them, but because you've decided to love yourself more. We have a fan story. Janelle from Chicago wrote to me about how ending her 7-year toxic relationship felt like cutting off a limb, but it allowed her to grow wings. Ooh, I love that. She's now traveling, thriving, and dating herself first. Bravo, Janelle. I love it. Beautiful. And we should all put ourselves first. It's not selfish, because if you don't put yourself first, then you're going to fall into these relationships that are toxic. I know that I didn't love myself first when I fell for bad boys or narcissistic abusers or people that didn't really love me. And if I would have loved myself first, which I do now, I can tell if they really love me, if they see me, if they care for me, if they can take my light or not. You can tell. But you got to love yourself first, honey. You got to know yourself. You got to know your value. Remember, and I keep saying this in all my lives, we are powerful and magical beings. We just don't remember it. And when you remember that, you can even heal yourself. You can. I've done it. Yep, you can do it. All right. So let's go to a practical tip. Make a 2-column list. What is this relationship giving me, or what is it costing me? Then ask yourself, am I gaining love or losing myself? If they bring nothing to the table in a spiritual or emotional, psychological way, even physical way, no. If they're not aligned with your vibe, if you're here and they're here, or vice versa, can't. You can't bring somebody in a low vibe up by yourself. You can bring them at moments, when they feel your energy, because we're electromagnetic beings, right? So when we're vibing high, this is experimental. This is not, I'm not making this up. Your electromagnetic field, which is like 2 circles that are doing like this, right? That's why your heart pumps, because you have that electric energy, okay? So when your field is really big and expansive, it can affect other people. Some people enter a room and you're like, wow, like they have joy, or they have peace, or they enter the room and it's like, ooh, like the energy goes down, because their vibrational field will affect others. That's why we got to stay in love, peace, joy, enlightenment, and compassion, because when we do that, we can affect others. I'll tell you a story, and I'm sure I told it before, probably, but I haven't told it lately. But I once, after my cancer healing journey, I was a mess. I was bald. I was super tired all the time. I walked like literally like 20 feet. And then I sat on a bench at the beach. And I had so much peace, because, the treatment was over. I went through a spiritual change, transformation, because I was by myself most of the time. I had somebody who helped me get to, she was my caregiver in a way, but I spent most of the time by myself, sick as a dog, and tired all the time. I don't know how I did it, but I did it. So I was sitting at the beach, and this woman was running, and she comes to me and says, I could feel your energy of peace from over there when she was running. And she said, thank you. I was like, thank you for telling me that, because I'm not even aware that that's what I'm giving off. I had no idea. And that taught me, like, wow, my state of being at that moment affected her in a positive way. Maybe it made her day more peaceful. Maybe my energy. It was the energy. It wasn't, we have energy. We are energy, you guys. We're vibrational energy. This is not real solid. It's vibrating at a certain speed and it makes it look solid, but it's not really solid. So I know. So it's a lot, but yeah, your energy can change people for sure. And I don't like to say positive or negative, because in the quantum field, there's no such thing as positive or negative. It just is. So I try to stay in the is of it, but I'm human. If I get mad, I'm like, they're so evil. You know? But we're all human. We're spiritual beings having a human experience. That's all there is to it. All right, my loves, let's go to the last segment of today's Relationship Coaching Live. And again, thank you so much for joining the State of Grace in all these platforms. I really appreciate it, guys. I call the segment number 5, the last segment, Thriving Through It All, because there's always, a way to deal with all this and thrive through it. So, okay, so you made it through the chaos, or at least you're committed to doing the work, right? What now? Okay. Before we go into that, I want to show you a video of one of the books that I wrote. We were talking about healing yourself. I'm going to show you a video I made about healing myself. It's only a minute video, so I'm going to roll it. Are you ready to unlock your body's incredible power to heal itself? Discover the transformative journey in Healing from Within. In this powerful guide, I share my personal healing stories and the science behind the mind-body connection. With simple techniques like focusing on emotions, Healing from Within will guide you to tap into your own healing potential. This is your time to transform inside and out. Whether you're healing physically, emotionally, or mentally, Healing from Within will give you the tools you need to sustain a healing practice and embrace your journey. Healing from Within, available now at www.thestateofgraceshop.com. Visit www.thestateofgraceshop and start your healing journey today. All right, so let's go back to thriving through it all. Okay, so this is my advice, okay? Build a toolkit. A, regular check-ins. B, date nights. C, honest convos. D, therapy or coaching, relationship coaching right here. I can help you. And by the way, I offer 30 minutes free. If you're watching this today, you can DM me on Instagram and I will give you 30 minutes free. Just say, I watched Relationship Coaching Live. You got it. And laughter, lots of laughter. Yes, laughter is so healing. Again, this weekend, I am showing the healing power of laughter on a streamathon that I am doing of the best of Relationship Coaching Live with all the guests that were fantastic. And that's going to be a thing, the best of Relationship Coaching Live, because I don't know, I think we have like at least 50 or 60 episodes, I think. So yeah, so because we do it weekly, right? So, the connection is a little, it's fairly good. It says, you guys, can you see me okay? Or is it just unstable? Oh God. Okay. Let me see if it's okay. It seems okay there, but can you please let me know, Jesse, if the connection is okay? Because I want to make sure that you guys can hear me. It's just showing me like the Wi-Fi thing. It's like one little bar right now. It's not good. Oh my God. Okay. So, Anyway, I'm going to continue. Okay, it's going up. It's going up. Okay, it's gone. Now, apparently, it's better. Okay, I might have frozen and maybe like, be a little choppy. I don't know. But I'll look at the video and judge for myself. All right. So remember, you guys, that growth isn't linear. You'll have relapses, bad days, and WTF moments. That's okay. You're human. Remember that. And thriving isn't about being perfect. It's about being present, patient, and playful. And let me tell you, if you can laugh through the chaos, you're already a winner. You are. Practical tip. All right, create a relationship first aid kit, a list of grounding tools, calming music, funny memes, reminders of love, and go-to activities for when tension rises. Keep it digital or on paper. Either way, whatever works for you. I love my iPhone notes. That app is my life. I have so many notes, you guys. I love it. Okay. I don't know if Android has something similar. I'm sure it does. And just, yeah, definitely write it all down. Bonus tip. I always say this, celebrate small wins. You got through a conflict without yelling? Phew, high five, baby. Share the vulnerable truth? Dance party. Small victories build trust. Science backup. Couples who engage in shared laughter and rituals report higher relationship satisfaction, according to a study from the Journal of Social and Personal Relationships. Joy is bonding glue. Joy. Remember, joy. What is this channel called? The State of Grace, your ideal state of being. What's my banner say? Your journey to joyful living. Joy through everything. I even had joy through my cancer. I cried a lot, though. Let me tell you the truth. I cried a lot. But after I cried, I was like, let me flip it. Let me just change the emotion because I don't want to fall into a depression or cry all the time. I want to have fun. So I would create jokes. I wrote a whole comedy special. I would write my book, Get This Off My Chest, which I would love to show you a video because that book, if you can get it, that one's not free. It's $5.99. It's available at the stateofgraceshop.com. Okay. So it's right here, the banner. You can see the ticker. And so let me show you actually this Get This Off My Chest video. Life hit me with a storm I never saw coming. Stage 3 breast cancer. But let me tell you something. When the storm passes, something beautiful can emerge. I know because I lived it. Get This Off My Chest is my story of transformation. It's about finding peace, joy, and positivity in the middle of the hardest battle of my life. This book is for anyone who's ever felt overwhelmed by life's challenges, especially when it comes to your health. It's not just another cancer memoir. It's a guide to reclaiming your life, your joy, and your power. When I was going through cancer treatment, I made a choice to laugh through the chaos. Just dating. All right. Sorry, I messed up. Let me play it again. I apologize for that. I am engineering it all by myself, you guys. Okay. So let me play it again. Life hit me with a storm I never saw coming. Stage 3 breast cancer. But let me tell you something. When the storm passes, something beautiful can emerge. I know because I lived it. Get This Off My Chest is my story of transformation. It's about finding peace, joy, and positivity in the middle of the hardest battle of my life. This book is for anyone who's ever felt overwhelmed by life's challenges, especially when it comes to your health. It's not just another cancer memoir. It's a guide to reclaiming your life, your joy, and your power. When I was going through cancer treatment, I made a choice to laugh through the chaos, to surround myself with love, and to embrace every single day with gratitude. I want to share that with you. Get This Off My Chest is about shifting your mindset, flipping the script, and learning to find light in the darkest moments. Because I believe that transformation is beautiful, and every challenge, no matter how hard, is an opportunity to rediscover yourself. So whether you're fighting your own battle or supporting someone you love, this book is for you. It's for the warriors, the survivors, and anyone ready to live life with joy, strength, and a whole lot of humor. Get your copy of Get This Off My Chest. It's available on my online shop, www.thestateofgraceshop.com. Your journey to healing starts now. All right. Sorry about that little live glitch, but it happens when you're live, right? So let me know in the comments, what was the biggest challenge in your life? I want to know. And by the way, if you want to send me your stories, you can DM me on Instagram. Make sure you follow me first. I always follow back, and just tell me your story and I'll change the names. Or if you want to just tell me this is the name I want you to use, and you can help other people by sharing your story. Okay. So by the way, again, I offer 30 minutes of free relationship coaching on Zoom. Okay. If you just DM me on Instagram and say, hey, Grace, I saw your relationship coaching live. You said you offer 30 minutes free relationship coaching. I would love to take the opportunity to do that. Okay. So let me show you a quick video before we leave. And then we'll talk a little more before we leave. But this is what I can do for you as far as relationship coaching. Let me guess. You've been in a relationship that felt like a roller coaster, except you weren't strapped in, and now you're dizzy as hell. Sound familiar? Yeah, I see you, honey. If you've ever been love bombed, gaslit, or stuck in a situationship that felt like an unpaid internship, you, my friend, deserve better. Let's break the cycle. I help you spot toxic patterns, heal from narcissistic abuse, and step into your power like the king or the queen that you are. No more chasing, no more fixing, no more, but maybe they'll change nonsense. Whether you're fresh out of a breakup, wondering if you're dating another red flag in disguise, or just ready to find love without the drama, I got you. Book a one-on-one session with me and let's create a love life that's actually fun instead of an episode of Survivor Toxic Island. Well, here is to healing, to healthy love, and to knowing your worth, baby. Cheers. All right. All right, you guys. Well, that is it for today's episode of Relationship Coaching Live. If you loved this chat, share it with your bestie or your boo. And don't forget to subscribe, rate, and leave me some love in the reviews. Yeah. And don't forget about the pinned comment. In a half hour, I will put a free guide to everything we talked about today. And if you want personalized coaching to turn your relationship chaos into clarity, hit me up at Instagram, The State of Grace Fraga. That's my handle. Until next time, keep loving loud, living bold, and dancing through the chaos. I'm Grace Fraga, and baby, you got this. Dating is like trying to find a needle in a haystack, except the haystack is full of frogs and weird DMs. But who says you can't have fun while you're searching for that needle or prince? Say goodbye to dating disasters and hello to love that lights up your world. In Love, Laughter, and Lessons, a fun guide to dating, I spill all the secrets to navigating the dating scene with grace, humor, and just the right amount of sass. Whether you're swiping left or making eye contact across the room, I'll show you how to attract love like a magnet. It's time to stop waiting for love and start living it. Get your copy of Love, Laughter, and Lessons, a fun guide to dating today, and let the magic begin. Hi, everyone out there. Welcome to Relationship Coaching Live. I'm so excited to be here with you. Today, we're going to talk about a really cool topic. And I'm going to ask you some questions before. Okay, so have you ever felt like doubt is the biggest roadblock standing between you and your dreams? What if I told you that doubt isn't your enemy, but your secret weapon for your success? That's right. Doubt doesn't have to stop you. It can be the very thing that fuels your growth, sharpens your focus, and propels you forward. Now, today we're breaking it all down: why doubt creeps in, how to silence it, and most importantly, how to turn it into your biggest superpower. Yes, to crush your goals and strengthen your relationships. And I couldn't even think of a better person to explore this than my guest today, Kate Glendon, who is a powerhouse life coach at Glendon Coaching. Kate helps people transform fear into fuel and step into their full potential. And today she's bringing all the wisdom and tools to help you do the same. So if you've ever second guessed yourselves, hesitated, or taking that next big leap, or felt stuck in self-doubt, buckle up, honey, because this episode is for you. And let me welcome to the stage, the virtual stage, Kate Glendon. Hi, Kate.
Hi, how are you? Yeah, so buckle up. It's going to be a wild ride today.
I love that. Yes, that's what we're here for, to just stir up stuff. Good morning, cara mia. Well, hello, Kelly. Good morning, King. How are you? Thank you for joining us. I'm very excited to have this guest. She is amazing, and she's going to help us out, all of us, to overcome our doubts. Which, oh my gosh, they're there, aren't they? And
Yes.
I know. And why is it that doubt creeps in, and even when we logically know that we're capable? Why is that?
That is such a good question. And it comes from just our experiences that we think that doubt is something bad, but doubt isn't. It's a stop sign for us to reflect and reflect on, is this the right choice I'm going to make? But we often think of doubt as, I'm not good enough. I'm not capable enough. But that's not what it is. Doubt is there to prove that you are making the right choice, and you need to get out of this doubt spiral. Like, it is healthy to doubt yourself. It's showing your growth. What's unhealthy about doubt is when it lets you get in the way of moving forward, and you just stay stuck. You stay in this paralysis because you think that you might fail. And that's what a lot of people align doubt with. And you're not going to, but our brain is subconsciously wired to protect us. And
Right.
so when we allow that to come into our brain, all these limited beliefs come in, and we start to feel like, maybe this isn't right for us, but it is. We just have to take that one step forward to show us that we have the confidence to do it, because we all do. It's true.
Absolutely. And I think that having doubt is actually a good sign of self-awareness. And it's like you said, it's a chance for us to kind of analyze the situation and be like, okay, I can do A, B, or C, right? So once we push the crazy doubt, that intrusive thought of doubt, I think if we analyze the situation and see what our options are, then thank God for doubt, because we got there. We're analyzing the situation because we had that doubt. So we can turn that into a positive, right?
Absolutely. Confident people have doubt. They just take action. I mean, that's really the difference. So stop thinking that like you're not good enough, but just realize it's a natural part of making decisions. So we have to eliminate the I'm not good enough and start being like, yes, what's one small step I can do? Because that's
Absolutely.
how we build.
Yes, agreed. Couldn't agree more. But I have a question for you about the biggest myths about self-doubt that keep people stuck.
I get this all the time. It's like, I'm not capable to do that. Like, what are other people are going to say? We have to, what if I fail? But what if you succeed? And so we hang on to the failure part of it, and we are afraid to take bolder actions instead of, what if I can learn something from this? What if there is another possibility? But the doubt of, well, this is different. I'm going outside the box. What are people going to think of me? And we let that kind of stir up in our mind and have that noisy roommate kind of telling us, nope, stay in your lane, stay comfortable, everything's going well. When really it's like, well, what if I succeed? Wouldn't you have rather tried to know and live this possibly grand new life or having this new happiness rather than sitting in fear? And so many rather just sit there.
Yes. And sometimes we have to fail, quote unquote, fail, right? To be able to learn from our failure. And actually, for me, like when I fail at something or when it doesn't go the way I want it, that's what I call failure. It just motivates me to find another way to do it that might be better, or something else to do that might be more aligned with who I am. So I think that we can turn anything into a positive in life. I'm a big believer of that. Are you a big believer of that too?
Yeah, I feel like that's the only way you really learn, because you could sit and be like, oh, I made this mistake and I made that mistake. Like, okay, we all make them. We all have failures. Like, we actually did something right then, right? If you're not failing, then what are you doing? Like, you're just, you know what I mean? You have to fail forward. I truly believe that. And if you're able to be like, okay, you can be sad for a day, but what learning experience can you get from that? What do you need to improve on? What value, like what can you self-reflect on? And it's not always easy, but if you can do that, then you can keep moving forward. So I just think it's so important to fail, because it means you're trying. I'd rather try and fail than just be sitting and wondering.
Absolutely. Almost like a fight or flight, right?
Yeah, it's so scary, but it's so amazing, that feeling that you get when you try and you overcome that self-doubt. Oh my gosh.
Absolutely. Absolutely. But like, when things don't go my way and I'm like, at least I tried. At least I did it. And you never know how something is going to pan out. So you got to try to know how it's going to pan out for you.
Yeah, 100%. I love that perspective, because like you just don't know. And I'd rather know than sit in indecision, because when you're sitting in indecision, you're not making any decision. And so where are we going here with this? Do you want to overcome doubt? Do you want to reach your goals, or you just want to think about them? Like, it's just a wish.
Yeah. Overthinking is not our friend.
Yeah. I mean, we all do it. Hi, I do it. But like, how do we move forward? No one is perfect, but the people that do reach their goals take small actions. They don't have to be huge. It's just one stone at a time.
Absolutely. I'm always saying celebrate the small wins.
Yeah. They say like enjoy the journey. And what does that mean? It's the small wins, because you're always going to be wanting more and more and more. But if you can just be like, okay, like I did this today, that was so successful. How can I enjoy that moment? And that's what we need to focus on rather than the bigger picture, because the small wins get you there.
Absolutely. And sometimes what I do is I compare, like, okay, a year ago when I start like, oh my God, why am I doing this? It's not going anywhere. So I look at a year ago where I was, I'm like, oh, okay. My business grew, or my YouTube channel grew amazing. And I learned how to make better videos and what my audience wants. And it's just, it's good to really step back and look at how far you've come. Don't you think that's like one of the crucial things to do?
Absolutely. I believe in doing a monthly reflection. I actually have it on my website, because I think it's important. Like, we can just go through our routines and not realize just the little things, like, oh, I saved $10 this week, or, I grew my audience, or I actually followed my routine of the gym, or drank my 8 glasses of water, whatever it is. But, you should recognize that. And maybe that's, you could pivot the next month for what changes or what you want to continue. So I think, reflection is good. People don't always want to reflect because you have to go inwards. But if you want to reach that goal and, kind of overcome that doubt, that's where we got to take action. You were responsible for your life.
Well, how about, like, for example, when I plan for a week and then like let's say the workouts, right? The steps, something simple as that.
Mhm.
And I don't do my steps, then I'm like, okay, honey, you need to like change this. And the next few days, you gotta really focus on having, doing those 5,000 steps or 10,000 steps or whatever it is. Or even if I'm just moving because I don't have time to do my 5,000 steps, then I'm like, that's a small win. So we don't have to be like really ambitious about things, too ambitious, right? What's your take on that? On being overly
Yeah.
ambitious?
I think we should have like a limit. Like, okay, so I will, you want 5,000 steps a week. So your bare minimum is 1 day or 2 days. Like maybe you have busy week, your bare minimum is 3,000 steps. So you know that you have like a low level of reaching something, but you're still working towards it, right? Or you're going to have a day where things just are flop, but you built into your schedule that on Fridays, I have that whole day to make up for, things ran late, I overslept, meetings came and gone, so that you just built it in. So you can still make up some of the things that you were supposed to do earlier in the week or at the end, or you can reflect for the next week, think, okay, like if I don't do my steps in before 9 a.m., they're not getting done. So I have to reschedule, replan, so that way cross that off. Like they say to do the hardest thing first. And maybe that's sometimes getting those steps in or whatever that is for you, your hardest project first. And maybe that's 1 day a week, but like be realistic, because 3 things a day, 3 things a week for goals. I think that's really important. People have this really ambitious things that they want to accomplish every day and every week, and then they're defeated.
Yeah, absolutely. I have a producer's note, if you don't mind. There's something that's making like clicking noises. I think it might be your like bracelets or something. Yes, that's the clicking noise. Yes, thank you. Here we're live, you guys, so I can't like stop and
Sorry, I love bracelets. Kate Glendon loves bracelets on Kate Glendon's thing. I got them on here too. If you love bracelets, I appreciate you.
Oh, no problem. So how does doubt manifest in like our relationships, our careers, and our personal growth?
It's a ripple effect. So if you're doubting yourself in your relationships, you're going to show up as like you're not trusting yourself, you're not trusting your partner, you're not feeling and showing up as your authentic, genuine self. So that could be feeling like maybe you're believing your partner doesn't really love themselves, or your friends aren't really being honest, or you're afraid that you're being left out, or you're afraid to say what you really want to say. And maybe at work, you're having imposter syndrome. You feel like everyone else is better than you. And then with yourself, like think about what you're telling yourself. Like, are you talking to yourself like your best friend? So this self-doubt comes in, and, you end up, if you're doing all this, you end up just feeling flat or completely defeated because your mindset is out of alignment. You're all out of alignment when you have this self-doubt that's really overpowering you. So it's telling yourself like you're capable, you're worthy, you love yourself, so that you're able to trust yourself again, to be in relationships, to trust your voice, and to trust your intuition that you are making the right decisions.
Absolutely. Yes. Do you believe like self-love is like number one for everything in life?
Yeah, it is. I mean, I had to go back and take a break and self-love myself when I was not aligned and letting over-doubt come in, because you know what? If I wasn't loving myself, then my mindset wasn't right. And how could I be a complete person to anyone besides myself, to others, if I didn't learn to really love myself? And so I had to do that with mindset shifts, affirmations, journaling, and really just changing the script in my mind that like, I can do these things, and I can and will take actions every day, no matter. Find out how to trust yourself. And, do you feel safe in these relationships? What are you looking for? And that's what I would suggest you start first, is start with your inner love, because otherwise you're just going to be asking people 100 questions. Are you mad at me? Do you like me? And you're going to lose out on a lot of things.
Absolutely. No, I agree with that. But sometimes, we need time to heal if we had bad experiences. And I know we're not supposed to measure our present by our past experiences, But I
But
feel
we
like
do.
we do. That's a fact. And so, yeah, it takes time to heal sometimes, but you're right. It's about self-trust, that you're not trusting to choose the right partner too.
Right. And we may be choosing things out of scarcity or people pleasing, or we think like this may be the only person for us, but like, no, you're worthy and capable and you deserve so much more. Don't settle just because you think like no one else is going to love you or hang out with you. Believe me, I'll tell you right now, they are.
Yeah.
But you need to love yourself, and you got to figure out what that is for you. Like, what is it about you that you don't like yourself, that you're looking to get that fulfilled by someone else? You need that internal validation, not the external.
I love that, because that's a discovery I've made. It's like, if you realize that you are enough, you enjoy your own company, you love yourself, you're
Yes.
okay with being by yourself, then I think that is the time when you can welcome somebody's energy into your field, right? You can welcome somebody into your life. And also, once you spend time with yourself, I think you know more what you want and what aligns with you, instead of just saying, like you were saying, just settle for, yeah, this person can be okay. And I've done that. I've done that many times. And that does not turn out good.
Right? Who hasn't? But if you can take yourself out to dinner on a date, you can go on a vacation, and you could go a day trip by yourself. You love yourself, and you can,
Yes.
that's what I consider the ultimate inner love. Trust yourself, and your worth. And I think those are things to aim for and to try for if you're working on yourself.
Absolutely. And I do all of the above. I've always taken trips by myself, but now I take myself on a date to a restaurant that I like.
I love that.
And it's great. I love it. And it's just, I personally just love being with myself. And I know it sounds super narcissistic, but it's really not. It's really, it all starts with us. It also, because we create our own reality. And you said that at some point today, that we create our own reality. So yeah, if you create your own reality of loving yourself, being okay with being by yourself, and enjoying your own company, then that's going to transfer to the outside world, I believe.
100%. You're creating your own reality. And when you're loving yourself, you're going to attract more love in.
Yeah, absolutely. So how can overcoming doubt improve our ability to set healthy boundaries with people or with ourselves?
Right? It's like, we're not saying yes just because we feel like we have to go, like they will be mad at us, right? We're not just showing up to say that we were in the selfie picture for Instagram or Facebook. We're saying yes because it's a heck yes. We want to be there. It's it's from the gut. We all know when we want to say no, and we want to stay in our pajamas, and we need to listen to that. Yeah. So healthy boundaries is knowing what serves us and our self-love and our self-care. We don't need to be driving around and running ragged and going to all these parties or doing all these things. That does not make you a better person. It actually runs you down. So it's choosing what's it's more aligned and what's a priority for you in your life right now in your family. Absolutely. And when you have those, and feeling okay to say no. No is a healthy thing to say. It's okay to say no. You don't need to say yes all the time. Absolutely. You can be a yes person, but say no and have boundaries, and have weekends where you don't do things or leave work on time, or say no to not carpooling. Like, those are perfectly okay things to say no to, because you're allowed to. You don't need to fall into, people pressuring you.
I know I had a friend who was pressuring me about something, and I established boundaries like, no, stop it. She didn't. And I blocked her. If you're not understanding that I'm saying no 3 or 4 times, then I don't think we're aligning at this moment. So I become that bold, because it's just, I don't have the time. Cancer has given me a sense of, we don't have a lot of time, and we can go anytime. We can leave this 3D planet anytime, which is not a bad thing, but we got to make use of our time and our energy in a healthy and smart way. And anything that just doesn't do that in my life, I just have to push it aside or cut it out. That's how I feel right now.
Yeah, those are energy suckers. We don't need to be around them, right? If they're, if they don't respect you and your boundaries, they're not someone that you need to be spending your time with.
100%. Yep. Agreed. So what advice do you have for someone who doubts their worth in a relationship?
Why do you doubt it? Is there something in the relationship that's causing you to self-doubt yourself, or is this from previous experiences? Those are questions I would ask you as a life coach first. And, you're worthy of everything. So it's important to know that. And to really work on that, to think about that, think about why you don't think you're worthy of things, because you are. Who told you you weren't? You were born worthy.
Absolutely. It's your birthright.
And write out what you want and what you don't want. And maybe that this is something that has been going on for a long time, that you really haven't stood up for what you wanted, and you've been people pleasing or not coming from a place of using your voice.
Yeah, it's knowing your own power too, coming from a place of power and not weakness, I think.
Right. Stop doing for others and start doing for yourself. And that's what a lot of people do, is that they are so used to helping others that they forget what they need. So they don't know their worth.
Wow. So you have a lot of clients telling you that?
Yeah. Well, they've taken care of everyone else and they have nothing in their cup. So we need to fill up the cup.
Absolutely. How can the cup overflow if you have nothing there? Right?
Yeah. So we start small. What's one thing? What's one thing you could do for yourself?
Yeah.
And there's always one thing. The rest are just excuses because you're not ready to try.
Absolutely. Every day I have a self-care thing that I do that I enjoy, and it's just for me every single day. And if I forget by the end of the night, then I do a self-care thing. Whether and I plan for the week, like I'm going to take myself to the beach. I'm going to take myself to a restaurant. I'm going to have a massage, anything that's self-care. I kind of plan it, and I make sure that I have at least 2 or 3 self-care things in a week.
That's wonderful.
Yeah.
If you don't do it, I know for me, if I don't do my routine in the morning, I definitely can feel off. So doing something, whether it's every day or once a week, will really help you build up your self-love, your confidence, help you with your mindset, and help you feel better so that you can accomplish what you want to in life.
100%. It makes you feel like, when I take myself out to eat my favorite restaurant, it makes me feel so good when I get home. I'm like, I did something for myself, and I have more energy to continue doing the things that I do for my purpose, again, because everything is about the purpose, right? But we need those breaks. We're not machines.
No. And the more breaks that you take, the more productive you are, and the more you're able to help other people fill up their cups.
Absolutely. As an athlete, I was a competitive swimmer, and the breaks that you take before a swim meet are the most important thing, because you allow your body to have all that memory and all that training and all that energy. It recharges. And then when you do your swim meet, your times are amazing. But if you don't have that rest, then you're not going to be as efficient and as good. So everything in life is like that, physically, spiritually, and emotionally. We need breaks. We need self-care.
Absolutely. And that's one of the first things I tell my clients, like, where is your self-care? And a lot of the times it's not there.
Absolutely. And it rhymes. I love that. So how does self-doubt impact decision-making, and how can we trust ourselves more?
If you are living in self-doubt, you're probably not making a decision. So you're sitting in indecision, and then you're not sleeping and you're stressed out. So start making small decisions, whether it's just going into your closet and just picking out an outfit. Don't think twice. Start small, right? What do you want for dinner? First thing that comes into your mind, think about that. I mean, that's where we have to start, because if you're doubting everything, then we have to start where you're at.
Okay. Yeah, I love that. So what role do you think self-compassion plays in overcoming doubt?
I think you have to be a compassionate scientist to yourself, because when you're learning about yourself and you're trying to improve yourself, you don't want to put yourself down for things that may have not gone the way that you wanted to. The failures, the mistakes, I think those are all learning opportunities. And so just gaining the insight and the values from those so that you can move forward, and being gentle with yourself and giving yourself grace so that you can move forward.
Absolutely. Sometimes, when I make a quote unquote mistake, I'm like, why did I do that? And it's like, just have compassion. Just be nice. You have compassion with other people, but why not having it with yourself, right?
Mm-hmm. It's progress over perfection, right? We're all going to have a little kind of things that are not perfect, and we should not be perfect, because we should always be striving to be better.
Absolutely. Perfection doesn't exist on this reality, this
No.
little cube we live in.
You'll chase it and you'll never find it.
Absolutely. So let's talk a little bit about supercharging your goals and achievements. Okay. So how does overcoming doubt lead to bigger success in our careers?
I love that, because you are overcoming doubt, which means you trust yourself. It means that you're able to take big action. There's no fear in it. You're trusting yourself. You're aligned with your purpose. So you're able to use your voice. So you have your goal, and you know exactly what you need to do to get there. You have your milestones. You have your calendar blocked off. So when you have overcome doubt, you can see, clearly with beautiful glasses on where you need to go and take action. And you're making decisions. When we're in doubt, we don't see that. We just see messy kind of mud. And now we're through that.
Absolutely. So what's the connection between like self-doubt and procrastination? We procrastinate, we self-doubt, and then we procrastinate, or vice versa.
Because we're afraid of failure. So we just don't do anything, right? Because we procrastinate, we self-doubt, so we take no action, because no action means that we can't fail. And it means that no one can say anything. And so we just continue doing nothing, but when inside in our mind, we're tearing ourselves up because we want to take that step. But it's like, what if this goes wrong? What if I fail? What if this person says something? So we need to take an action so that we build up that confidence muscle.
Yes, absolutely. So how can someone move past that fear of failure when pursuing their dreams?
I think what I would suggest is making a list. What is the goal, and what are teeny tiny steps we can do to get there, and crossing one off a week, and then 2 off, then 3 off, because we have to get there somehow. And if you want that goal that bad, you're going to actually do something about it. Yes. While we work on building trust and realizing that making no decision is just sitting alone and doing nothing. And it's hard, right? Because you got to learn to vision what you want, meditation, visualization, like what does that look like for you? So how would it feel to have taken 2 steps forward towards your goal? And so the more steps you take towards that goal, you start to feel better, and it reshapes how you're thinking about yourself and your mind.
Absolutely. So what do you think is the first step that someone should take today to shift from doubt to action?
Doubt to action. Write down one small step that they want to take towards their goal. What is a goal that they have? And it shouldn't be like, I want to organize my closet, because you can do that any day, right? It should be a little bit scary, and, write 3 things that will get you a little bit closer to it. And they should scare you because they're new, and it should get you out of your comfort zone. And then maybe write 3 steps under each that one so that you're working towards it. You have a guide, a roadmap, and then put it on your calendar so that it keeps you accountable. Because I can write many things down on a note card, but if it's not in my phone with notifications, it doesn't mean a thing.
Absolutely. Yes. It makes you just, you have to do it, because I have I write everything down. I have like an old fashioned appointment book. Because
I got mine right here.
You do. Yeah. That works for me. Just writing it down for some reason. And I write it down in pencil so I can like change according to my schedule. If something changes, then I can put it in another day, that chore. And I have like little color codes, like the to-do things or the promotions I need to make. They're all color coded. And also if I don't do something because I don't have time, I don't beat myself up like, oh, I didn't do this. Then I can just delete. You can delete if you do it, like on your calendar, on your Google Calendar, or erase it and then put it on another day. And that makes me feel like, okay, I couldn't do it today because of time limitations or something happened, unexpected happened. And so I can achieve it another day when I have the time. So I think being too strict about it, some people are really strict about it. It's like, oh, I didn't do it, and they beat themselves up. You can always do it another day, right?
Yeah, it's being flexible about it and knowing
Yeah.
when you work best. So if you work best in the morning, put something like hard there, like content creation, rating something, knowing when you can just answer emails. Maybe that's at evening, so that you're working your schedule and your hours best to when you're most focused, and allowing yourself maybe 2 reschedules so that it's not now July and we're still working on the same thing.
Yeah, true. Yeah, I love it. I've done that too. Rewrite. And it's been going on for 6 months, a couple of things, but we're not going to focus on that right now.
Right.
So if I could leave you, if I could leave you guys, if you could leave everybody, all of us, with one powerful mantra to combat doubt, what would it be?
You are worthy and you are capable and you can do it.
That's beautiful. You're capable and you can do it. Remember, just say that to yourself, right?
Yes. Trust yourself.
Yes. So thank you so much for being here with us today, Kate. We appreciate you. We appreciate your time and your knowledge and sharing your knowledge. So if somebody wants to have a one-on-one life coach session with you, they can go to your website, right? Which is
GlendonCoaching.com.
GlendonCoaching.com. Okay. Great. Thank you so much. And
Thank you.
all right. This was amazing. Thank you so much. And hopefully you'll come back and talk about something else, another topic.
Yes, absolutely. I would love to.
That's great. And you guys follow Kate. All her stuff is like either Kate Glendon Coaching or Glendon Coaching or Kate Glendon Coaching. Follow her on Instagram, on Facebook, and go to her website and check it out. It's really cool. All right. We'll see you soon, Kate.
Okay. Talk soon. Thank you.
You're welcome. Bye. All right, you guys. Thank you so much, you guys, for tuning in today, and thank you for your participation. If you have any questions or anything that you want to ask Kate, you can put it in the comments, and I will forward them to her. But check her out, follow her, and remember to subscribe, like, share, and comment. If you're on YouTube, subscribe to my YouTube. Send me a screenshot. Via Instagram, follow me first, right? Because then it's not going to go to the other inbox. And also check the pinned comments for resources and merch. I'm going to pin it after the session, this live. And I have a lot of free guides for like narcissistic abuse, solo parenting, trauma. I have tons of good resources. So check them out. They're all available at thestateofgraceshop.com. But I'm going to, like I said, I'm going to put all the links in the pinned comment on this live. And here's what I want you to remember, okay? Like self-doubt is not a feeling, it's a feeling, excuse me. It's not a fact, it's a feeling. It's simply a signal that you're stepping outside your comfort zone, which means that you're growing. So instead of fearing doubt, embrace it as a sign that you're moving towards something big. So be like, thank you, self-doubt, because now I get to analyze and see what I really want, and I'm going to go for it. And so what's one thing that you are going to do today to push past self-doubt and step into your power? Drop it in the comments. If this episode fired you up, hit that like button, share it with someone who needs to hear this. And don't forget to subscribe for more transformational coaching. And as always, stay bold, stay fearless, and keep going after your dreams. You've got this. I love you guys, and thank you for your love and support. I will see you next week, Tuesday, 11:30 a.m. Pacific time, 2:30 p.m. Eastern time. Have an amazing rest of your day. Well, hi, everyone out there. Thank you for joining us today on Relationship Coaching Live. Today, I have an amazing guest. She is a licensed psychotherapist, a life coach, an executive coach, and the author of Uplifting, Inspiring Stories of Loss, Change, and Growth. Please welcome Dr. Katie Eastman.
Hello, everyone. It is so nice to be here.
Yeah, well, I am so happy that you agreed to do my little podcast because let me tell you, I read your book and it is incredible and so inspiring and so applies to today's climate of division and insanity that we're going through. And like we were talking earlier, instead of getting caught up in that division and insanity, we need to stay up in the vibrations of love and peace and joy. And the stories in your book are just, I was bawling. I was telling you, I was just crying my eyeballs out. And I was wondering, like, what inspired you to write about loss, change, and growth in such a hopeful way?
I had been inspired by people from throughout my career. I've worked with people in unimaginable pain and multiple losses, and I watched them rise from it and transform from it. And but the real tipping point for me was when I was doing pediatric hospice and palliative care with little ones. And those kids that I write about in the book, their stories needed to be told. Because if a child who has limited mental capacity can absolutely face death and life and living the way those kids did, wow, we have so much to learn from them. And so I had to tell their stories.
I love that. I love that. The one, my favorite was the first one because it's so powerful. And this kid, this teenager, he was just all through. I've been through chemo, and he had lymphoma, right? And I've been through chemo, and I can't even imagine being a teenager and having to go through that. But the way that he took this experience and transformed it to not just help himself, but help other people is so inspiring to me. And I love that the title suggests a positive transformation from having loss and grief. What does uplifting mean to you in the context of personal loss and change?
Jason's story, like you described, is a perfect example of uplifting.
Yeah.
When he was diagnosed with terminal cancer, he came to everyone who loved him and he said, okay, I've got this thing. I'm the one that has it for some reason. I'm going to make the most of it. I'm going to do what I can with who I am and make a difference before I die.
Wow.
And what was super powerful about that is that he found joy in the smallest of things. His favorite saying was never, never, never give up. And I mentioned to him one day, I said, well, you know, Winston Churchill said that first. And he goes, yeah, but he's dead, so it's mine now. So he had a wonderful sense of humor, and he just threw people all the time into these wonderful spiritual experiences of joy. Even when he was throwing up, he was sitting with his friends watching a football game, throwing up, and they were sitting beside him, and it just became life. And so everyone who knew him recognizes that and learned this is life. Life has its ups, it has its downs, but what are you going to do about it? And I really believe his life lesson to all of us is when stuff happens, we have a choice. We can make a difference, or we can let it make a difference for us.
Absolutely.
So I choose to
Absolutely.
make a difference. Yep.
Oh, 100%. And it's like we were talking earlier, we both had near-death experiences. And you can go two ways from that. Be resentful and why me? Or be like, oh, I understand I have limited time. And how am I going to use that time? And we have both chosen that path in different ways, obviously, but kind of like similar but different. You know,
Yes. Yes.
the same basic thing, you know, love and help others and love and help yourself, because we're all a reflection of each other. So if you love and help yourself, you're loving and helping others.
Exactly.
That's
Yes. Yeah.
so
And I call that your purpose power.
yes.
It's a human superpower we
Yes.
all have. And in the beginning of my book, little Austin, 8 years old, 3 days before he died, had this conversation with his mother. And he said, Mom, there's something super important I need to tell you. And when she said, what is it? He said, well, Mom, the purpose of life is to make a difference. And
I'm
when
getting
she said,
goosebumps.
well, how do you know that? And he said, well, you did too, Mom, but you grew up. So I really do believe this is an innate part of who we are when we're
Yes.
born, but we unlearn it because we get caught up in all this stuff.
Absolutely.
I'm cleaning up my language, but yes. But what's powerful about Austin's message is 20 years later, Oprah said the same thing to Jason before he died. And then the Jason program, which I created, was the Children's Hospice Program, emanated from that phrase. The purpose of life is to make a difference. And I decided I was going to make sure that Jason's life mattered.
I love that. And some people make a difference in a negative way, though.
Oh, yes. Yes.
They misunderstood
Absolutely.
the assignment, I think.
Right. Yeah. And I think you make a really good point. When you face death, death teaches you about how to live.
Oh, yeah.
You and I have been given a second chance. I had a pulmonary embolism, and 5 different physicians have said, why are you still here? You should have died from that. And I didn't.
Thank
So
God.
I'm going to certainly make a difference while I'm here, for sure.
100%.
Just like Jason. Yep.
Yes. And it gives you kind of like a sense of urgency.
Yes,
Like,
it does.
It's incredible. And it's almost like you want to live just because you have that purpose. And if you have that purpose, like high up here, everything you do down here is going to be because of this. And so it makes your life so much better. I learned to enjoy my own company, where before I needed validation from others, and I had to like go out and, you know, I had to be out with friends and do stand-up comedy to get approval. Now it's like, you know, I'm so happy being at home and just working on stuff that's gonna make a difference, even if it's just one person. It doesn't matter the volume. Some people, the ego wants volume, but the spirit is like, one person, it's okay.
Yes, absolutely. My mom used to say to me, you can make a difference by smiling at someone who's having a bad day. And she said that she used to go through the grocery store and look for people who looked miserable and try to make them smile.
Oh.
And I thought that was wonderful. And my mother was a person who hardly ever smiled. So that to know that she did that was very, very powerful. But she made a difference every day. And we all can. And especially now, there are so many people who are hurting and scared and frightened and overwhelmed. And whatever side of the aisle you're on, it doesn't matter. Change is afoot. And change brings loss. And everyone's going to lose something or someone or whatever. And we all need to be compassionate and recognize what's most important to each other, because we're all connected. That's what Austin was saying. We're connected. We are not others.
No, we're all one.
We are one. And if we are one, that means that your neighbor next door may be hurting and you don't know it. So remember that and be kind, be kind, be kind. And this Thanksgiving, if there's one thing I want to say to raise it to the rafters, be kind.
Yes, that is the most important thing. And I've learned how to reassess my feelings, where if I'm like, something makes me mad, I'm like, no, just say it kindly. Even if this person is being mean to you, you respond with kindness, which is really hard for the ego, isn't it?
It's very hard. And there are times when we can't do it. And there are times when we need to be really honest with ourselves and say, this is just not, it's too much. I can't. So I need to leave. And that's okay too.
Yes.
But you can leave in a way that says, I love you, but I got to go. And really, I think that is just as important, because one of the messages of my book is, if we don't feel our grief, we don't experience the losses fully in our minds, our bodies, our spirits, and our emotions. If we don't allow ourselves those things, those experiences, then we miss the messages that tell us what's important. What are we hurting over? What did we lose that matters most? That's the important message too, is that it's just as important to know that you're grieving and you can't be someplace as it is to show up.
100%. And, my cancer experience, I had breast cancer, and I used to take pride in my breasts, like they would get attention. And I lost, and my hair, I had long blonde hair. The two things that I thought were the things that people valued in me physically, I lost. I lost my hair, and I lost one breast, and I have a new one, but they're different. And it's like, and it's funny how now I don't even care about either one. I loved my baldness. It gave me a sense of freedom. And it was cold at night, though. You have to wear a beanie, just sidebar.
Oh yeah.
Very cold. And also it's like, I'm not my breasts. I'm not my hair. I'm not my body. And that was a big lesson. I knew it intellectually, but to just feel that. And I think these experiences and these stories in your book, it's like the people feel that, because it's almost like we have no choice.
Yes. And these kids, especially, I call them my luminaries, taught me that lesson, because they couldn't speak, they couldn't walk, but we communicated. We communicated with our eyes. We communicated without words. We didn't need words, but we really communicated beautifully and connected on such a deep level.
Wow.
And those experiences, not just these kids, but with all of the people I write about. I wrote about a wonderful woman named Elena who lost her daughter to suicide. And I've never felt a stronger connection with anyone than I did with her, in silence.
Wow.
Because silence was where she was working through her ability to keep going.
Yeah.
And there were times when I would say to myself, I don't have words right now. There are no words. But in that silent connection, she healed in a lot of ways. And one of the ways she healed is developing her purpose power through that silence, and through those just showing up week after week and just crying or being present with her grief. She learned that one of the things that she was going to do, just like Jason, was make a difference. And she did, and she has, and she still is. And I actually heard from her last night, and her life transformed from this loss, and she will experience it over and over and over for the rest of her life. But she makes a difference every single day.
Absolutely. And it's almost like the pain is almost like you transform the pain into something positive.
Mm-hmm.
And that in itself is so powerful.
Yes.
It's almost
Yes.
like, you know, like I don't know about you, but like I almost see not almost, but I say cancer was actually a blessing in my life because it was my biggest teacher.
Yes.
And I apparently had to learn so many things. I mean, on so many different levels. And other people would be like, oh, how did you do it? You know, you're so strong. It's like, I don't know how I did it. I just did it. You know, you just go through it
Mm-hmm.
and learn on the go. And if you
Yeah.
want to learn, some people I know, you know, I think most people that go through things like that change their lives for the better.
Yes.
Yeah. And, you know, loss is such a universal experience. So what do you think makes it so difficult for people to talk about it openly?
It is when we come to our knees. Loss is the greatest place where we can be the most vulnerable. And it's in that vulnerability that we can find our strength. We all know the word resilience. And one of the myths about resilience is that everyone does it automatically. No, that's not true. Kids are not resilient. We learn to grasp hold of our will to change and grow by conscious choice.
Yes.
And that is a choice. And it is not something everyone makes that choice. So it is a choice to grow from loss, but it is a vulnerable place. We feel the most vulnerable when we feel helpless or hopeless, or our grief brings us to our knees. And we don't like that. We like to be in control of our lives. But when we lose something or someone, it leaves us feeling like we don't necessarily have control over our lives. And we don't like that.
Yes.
We don't like to not know how to fix things. And in grief, sometimes it brings you to your knees and you can't. All you can do is be with it.
Yes.
And that is a very powerful dynamic. And a lot of people are just simply not comfortable with being with discomfort.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And sometimes you got to go through the discomfort of it all at all levels to go to the other side and be like, oh, I get it, why I'm here. And that purpose, that sense of purpose gives you so much joy and peace, and it grounds you so much. It's amazing. I highly recommend not to be sick or anything, but like experience, you know, when you experience a loss, to turn it into something positive, into growth.
Right.
And you talk about grief as a journey, right? Can you explain what that journey might look like for someone just starting out?
Well, my mentor was Dr. Elizabeth Kubler-Ross, who everyone knows as the person who wrote The 5 Stages of Grief. And one of the myths about the 5 stages of grief is that it's linear, that we go through a step-by-step process. Well, that's not true. She never intended it to be that way. But what she intended for us to do is to understand that when something bad happens, and it doesn't have to be death, it can be anything. It can be divorce, it can be a concrete loss, or it can be a secondary loss, like a loss of safety we all went through during COVID. But whenever we experience it, our first response is always, or usually, whoa, this can't be happening. No, this didn't just happen. No, come on. And we revisit, but wait a minute, that didn't happen. That couldn't have happened. You know, my child still has to be here. No, this isn't right. My mom, I want my mom to be there Thanksgiving. So my mom's been gone for years, but I still think, oh, Mom, are you going to, and then, oh no, she's gone. Yeah. So that's shock. That's denial. We live it all the time. We live it over and over and over and over. Anger, sadness. What Kubler-Ross did is she gave us a toolkit, that we have ways of expressing grief that give us information about how we want to live our lives.
Mhm.
And that's the message of grief. And that's the choice everyone can make with any loss. So when you're first starting with anything, the first thing you do is say to yourself, I commit to experiencing all of it. My body, my mind, my spirit, my emotions. Whenever they give me a message, I'm going to listen to it because they're telling me what I value, what matters.
Absolutely, 100%. And also change. You know, it can be really terrifying for some people because we're used to like whatever is familiar, we think it's the best, you know, and then sometimes change can be like, oh no, you know, like when you get a diagnosis, right, of something
Right.
that
Right.
threatens your life, you're like, oh my God, you know, and then it's like, oh, when you're on the other side, it's like, oh, but that was actually a good thing. So it's terrifying in the beginning. What are some ways to reframe change as an opportunity rather than a threat?
Well, I think when change happens, again, our initial response is we don't want it usually, unless it's something we've created.
Yeah.
Like, for example, at work, if there's a change at work, a downsizing, our first response is, oh no, this is going to mean this. And we go down the rabbit hole immediately because that's our fight or flight. That's our response as a human being. We are evaluating harm, which is natural. So go through that. But
Mhm.
what you do then is you go back and you reflect, you take time. I have this recreate process that I created where the first step is to you just reflect on what's happened. You make sense of now and you
Yeah.
stay in the now and you stay with your priorities and you recognize that you don't know what the change is going to mean yet and that you don't automatically go down the rabbit hole to a negative aspect of it, but instead you stay open to possibility. And then as you move through it, you ask yourself on a daily basis, and I have these little cards that I use with people where it allows them to ask themselves questions about probing questions about change. Like, well, if this situation is happening, what does it remind me of that I love to do? Or what is the opportunity here? So downsizing oftentimes is an opportunity for moving into a different part of the company, for taking another job, for learning a new skill. So you may not be able to see the opportunity in the beginning, but if you stay open to it and you keep asking yourself these probing questions, eventually you'll get there.
Absolutely. It's like now a lot of people with the political situation are like, I want to leave the country, you know, and instead of saying, oh, out of fear, like I got to leave because I'm scared, I would say make it an opportunity for fun. Like, oh, I'm going to go to this country and it's going to be fun and I'm going to do all these things. So we can create our own reality, even through something that we don't even know how it's going to pan out, but we can start kind of manifesting that reality and make it an exciting thing instead of a fear thing.
Well, and I was raised plan for the worst, hope for the best.
Yeah.
And I really think that that's what I taught when I was doing hospice with these children, especially. They were teaching me about that. But I became a spokesperson for them in saying that, you know, the families who prepared for their child's death were able to sit back and be with their child in an everyday basis because their plans were made. And it was hoping for the best,
Mm-hmm.
but planning for the worst. And that really helped them because they weren't preoccupied with the what ifs. They had everything in place for the what ifs. And that's what we did in children's hospice. We helped them understand the possible scenarios for end of life so that they could live every single day.
The staying in the now is the most important thing because our past are the memories. It's not there anymore. Our future is not there at all. It's your imagination, like, oh my gosh, you know, this is going to happen and this and that. And so by grounding yourself and staying in the now, I think that's the best tool in the you know, dealing with loss and grief and all of that toolbox, because I know it's helped me get through the cancer journey rather than, oh my God, I have like 3 more chemos to go or whatever. It's like, okay, I've done 3. Yay. Okay. I'm getting better. You know, like I will survive this. So I think that that's very important to see the positive, basically, right? And be in the now.
Well, to focus in the now is important. And
Yeah.
when I was facing my near-death experience, I was struggling with breathing because I had clots in my lungs. And as my breathing started to change, I'm a singer, but I'm also a meditator. So I started to meditate on the words blessed be and blessed be. And I started just getting into this meditative state, which allowed me to continue to breathe, to calm my body, to stay focused on the here and now. I did not allow myself to go to a fear place. I didn't. I stayed very focused on the right now. And I do believe that in part helped save my life. That plus the emergency surgery, but still, it really was important to stay in the now and calm. And really, that goes not just near death, but that's all of us all the time.
Absolutely. Yes.
The more we stay calm and can really stay focused on our breathing, on our mindfulness, on what's going on in my life right now, where's the compassion? I always say to my clients, where's the light? Where's the light?
Right.
Follow the light.
And the gratitude too.
Yes.
I always, whenever, like today I woke up and like, oh, I'm so tired. And this is like, no. Let's change the channel. I am grateful for this, and that. You know, I'm looking forward to talking to Dr. Katie Eastman. Katie. And I was just, I switched something that I could have dragged the whole day. Like, oh, I'm so tired. Oh, what and so I feel like gratitude, staying in the now, and flipping the negative thoughts might be like the 3 most important things. What do you think?
I do. I think it's important not to make it sound Pollyanna, because then nobody can relate.
Right. Yeah.
But at the same time, I think we need to go through I do this. I have my 24-hour I quit days when things get really hard. And I just say, okay, for 24 hours, I quit. I quit life. I quit being positive. I quit. And I just whine.
I love that.
And I just like say, okay, this really sucks. I'm into it, just negative. Then I come out of it and I say, okay, I've whined for 24 hours. I've had my wine. Okay, my WHINE. And that might also include some WINE. But then I say to myself, okay, what can I do? What can I do? And one of the things I learned from all the stories in this book, the blind kiddo who jumped into the pool. He was blind. He was 11 years old. He jumps into a pool and he's blind. Now, can you imagine the faith that kid has in something other than himself? And he learned to swim.
Wow.
And talk about diving into the dark, literally. And so I think about him, and I think about the kids, not just the kids, but the adults, like the adult kids who had a situation in their family where nobody believed them, that they were being abused, and they kept telling the story and telling the story and telling the story till finally someone believed them. And then it changed. And so it really is about keep it up. Stay focused.
Yeah.
What do you want? What do you want your life to be? It can be the best it can be. Make that choice every day. But you got to give yourself wine time too.
Absolutely. No, I agree. Sometimes I do that. Or when I'm mad at someone, I know this is going to sound crazy, but I imagine that person like is in my apartment and I start like telling them like da 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 whatever, like get away, you know. It's like it makes me feel better. But I have sometimes we have to let those feelings out Or
Yes.
else, I know that if I push them down, then it can turn into cancer. It can turn into a
Right.
dis-ease. So in
Right.
order to be at ease, sometimes we gotta just go with the quote unquote negative, low vibrational, feelings. We just have to let them out and then, okay, I'm good now. Let's go back to the joy, peace, and love, right?
Right. And recognize that you're going to have times during the day where you're going to have to take a break and say, okay, I need a mindfulness break here. I need to regroup. I need to recharge. I need to I redirect. And I've been doing a lot of work with people this week about Thanksgiving and recognizing that some people just simply can't go to be with family members because they're in too much pain. And without having an agreement that certain topics don't get discussed, they don't feel safe. They don't want to go. And I'm very much in favor of that's okay. If you're not going to feel good and not going to, people are not going to be able to be compassionate for whatever reason, stay away. Take care of yourself. We all just need to really surround ourselves with groups of compassionate people.
Yes, 100%. And I feel like after my cancer healing journey, on the other side, I'm attracting different types of people than I was before. When I was more on my ego, now I'm more on my higher self. Of course, my ego is still there. Hey, I'm here. What's up? But you know what I'm saying? Trying to be.
Oh yeah. Oh, totally. I have no tolerance for BS. None.
Oh, same here. I'm like, no, I'm done. I'm done. Yeah. Sometimes it's not even worth it to call it out.
Right.
Sometimes I call it out. And sometimes like, you know what? It's too much work to call it out. And this person is not ready to hear. So bye.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, I just don't have tolerance for it anymore. It's like, I'd much rather be with people who are spreading a peaceful message than anyone who I'm trying to convince to be compassionate. It's like,
100%.
No, the world needs us all to be compassionate.
Oh, that's number one, because again, we're all one. So having empathy for somebody else, if they're suffering, you're suffering. If they're having fun, you're having fun, because we're all one. And the empathy connects us all so that we can do the work that we do, spreading, joy, peace, positivity, or, even just saying, I have these negative feelings and I need to let them out, just connecting with people on different levels. I think that's super important. And like, again, if it affects just one person and if it helps one person, that's it. That's all I care about.
Right.
So we were talking about Thanksgiving, you were saying like some people are not going to go to see their families and they want to stay home. So what role do you think does community play in fostering growth during times of personal upheaval?
Well, I think that we all need to remember there's no such thing as the other. And the other lives next to you. So look as close as your next door neighbor.
Yeah.
Are they okay? Have you checked in? Do you know if they're okay? And if not, then just check in. Doesn't have to be a big deal.
Yeah.
But if all of us start checking in with each other, we build community. That's what we did during COVID.
Yep.
This for some people who feel otherized, this is an experience of pain and fear.
Yes.
And so I was in the shower this morning. I thought, what am I going to say about that other thing? And I thought, let's not otherize people. Let's mother people.
Ooh.
A mother nurtures, a mother lifts up, a mother supports. Let's be mothering to each other and to all of us. Yes. And let's not allow othering, because othering, aren't we past that?
Apparently not, because with the political situation on both sides, it's about othering.
Right. It is. This is not one side or the other. This is why do we have sides? That's the other, right?
I know. Aren't we all working for the good of the collective good of humanity? I mean, that's what it's all about. When we divide, then that's not going to be work towards the good of humanity in general. It's going to work for the good of, I hate to say it, but sometimes the people in power, because I've lived through a military dictatorship. I was born and raised in Argentina, and I learned very early that politics, it's a game, it's a circus. That's what I used to call it, a circus. And unfortunately, and I've seen it in the Argentine government, the people in power are the ones that fill their pockets with money, not the people that are working hard. And I've seen that, and I feel like, and this is my personal opinion based on my experience, that we're kind of moving towards that. And it makes me really sad because I love this country and I want this country to succeed and for everybody to be well and be prosperous and be happy and at peace. And now that's just not happening. It hasn't been happening for quite a long time.
Well, and I think there is a whole group of people who do not feel heard. And I think, and I really hope that they feel heard now, and that they will be lifted up, and that they will feel like they are being taken care of and supported and nurtured. And I think that there's so many lessons in what's been going on. And I think about this a lot, about community, because there's this great story in my book about how that when we witness suffering, it can lift us up by virtue of us recognizing how connected we are. There is no greater love than when we witness suffering. And there was this wonderful story in the book about an upside down rainbow. And it really epitomizes the whole message of community when someone's suffering or struggling. This family who lost their child had a walk in memory of him. And in the middle of the walk, we all looked up in the sky because there was an upside down rainbow, which is a smile.
Oh, wow.
Smile. Right. And there were hundreds of people on this walk because this tiny little baby, he was a premature baby. He was this long. This little life changed so many lives that they all showed up for this walk to support this family. And we were community. And then when we looked up and saw this upside down rainbow, it was like, well, we're not alone. He's here.
Wow.
And so I really believe in the power of community, one person at a time. Yeah. I've seen it so often. It just takes everybody looking beside themselves. Who's next to you?
Absolutely. And, I watched that video that's going around about this young woman in the New Zealand Parliament that, she's Maori, and she was against obviously losing the rights as a Maori person. And she stood up, tore the bill, right? The proposed bill, and started doing the haka.
Oh, wow.
And everybody was joining them. Every time I watched it, I was bawling. And I know why. It's because there is support and community, and everybody was starting to join her in support of her. And the power, just the dance itself with the movements, like and you can feel the energy like connecting in all the people that were doing the haka. And they do it also like at football games and stuff like that. But it's just that community power that it's and I think that it woke up something in me that's from my ancestors that maybe way back, that's what they did in a small community. They would unite and be like the haka, right?
Yes. And music is such an important connector. Yes. And I've used music throughout my life. I'm a singer.
Oh, I love
And
that.
and I actually really believe in the power of music to unite us.
Yeah.
And to get us going. I mean, one need only look at a little tiny kiddo who isn't yet learned how to be embarrassed. And when music plays, they automatically start to move.
Yes.
And they, and they don't care what they're doing or how they're doing it. They just move. So it's an innate part of us. And
Yes.
that's what I meant when I used to say that the kids that I worked with danced with their eyes. They couldn't move, but they danced all the time. They sang all the time.
Oh.
When you would play music around them, they would be just move, their eyes would be going like that. And so I witnessed so much the power of communication that goes far beyond what we're used to.
But yeah,
And it's amazing. And so, yes, dance.
Absolutely. No, the haka is like incredible.
Perfect.
It's every time. And I wasn't the only one because I was scrolling through TikTok and everybody was like, is it just me or I'm bawling every time I watch it? And no matter how many times you watch it, it's like the power. It's like it's bringing something in you like, wow, this is what humanity used to be.
It's primal.
Now, it's a primal thing. And now we've lost that to the point where it's the opposite. We're dividing everything.
Right.
And, everything is binary in this world. And that's not reality.
No, wouldn't it be wonderful if everyone thought of the person next to them as their potential dance partner?
Yeah, that's awesome. Yes.
Wouldn't that be wonderful? That would just be so cool.
Yes.
And that's possible. I mean, it's all choice.
Yeah.
It's all choice. And we all have our moments when we need to whine and we need to feel badly and we need to grieve, but there are also those moments where we need to dance.
Yes. 100%.
We need to dance for
Agree.
sure. Yeah.
My mom was a concert pianist, and I grew up doing my homework next to her studying piano every afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
And with my ADHD, it was hard to focus on the homework. That's another story. Sidebar. But I really felt connected to my mother through the music.
Yes. I used to sing to my daughter, and one of the things, she became a dancer. And one of the things that I used to say to her is, because she also was ADHD.
Okay.
I would say to her, when in doubt, dance out.
Oh, I love that.
So when she was in a tough spot, I would say, okay, dance out, Callie. Think about what ways can you dance out of this situation gracefully. And that became just a real thing for her. And when in doubt, dance out.
That's beautiful. I love that. So for those supporting someone experiencing loss or change, what are some of the do's and don'ts they should be aware of?
Number one, listen more than you speak.
Mm-hmm.
Listen more than you speak. I'm going to say it 3 times. Listen more than you speak. Ask questions. People are so afraid of asking questions because they're afraid to offend. Don't be afraid to offend. You'll offend more if you don't ask questions. So ask questions. What do you need? But don't just ask the question, what do you need? Offer suggestion. Because a lot of times when people are grieving or having a hard time, they don't know what they need and they don't want to have to tell you.
Yeah.
So come up with a list, and they're all over online. I mean, there are tons of things that you can offer someone. You can offer food, you can offer transportation, you can offer respite, you can just come over. We used to, for Jason, we would take turns just coming over and hanging out with him.
Yeah.
And there was always someone there. And so ask questions and also clarify. Do not assume. If someone's not feeling well, they tend to get testy. They tend to speak in shorter sentences. They may not be really clear. Clarify. Is this what you meant? Is this what you need? Is this what you want?
Yes.
Those are my most important things, is don't assume that you know what's going on. Don't make up stories. Clarify. Ask questions, and always be present more than you speak.
That's a beautiful thing. Yes, absolutely agree with you. And I think it's important to be specific. Instead of what can I do to help you, I'm going to bring you lunch,
Right.
or I'm going to Uber Eats you some dinner, or whatever you need. I'm going to do your laundry, or I'm going to pay to do your laundry, or whatever. I think that that's important, rather than, hey, if you need anything, let me know.
Right. Because they just won't. They won't.
won't.
If they don't have the energy, they don't want to have to tell you. They want you to offer something specific.
Absolutely. And you have to, one of my best friends took care of me during my cancer healing journey. And I loved that she was so taking charge all the time. Like, I didn't have the energy. So I was, when I went to surgery, I was like, make sure they don't kill me or anything. They don't do the wrong thing, and she would take charge. And, she made me feel like I could just relax and not have to worry about what's going to happen post-surgery or during chemo too. She was there sitting with me, and she would make sure, we had a nurse we called Nurse Ratchet.
Yeah.
Yeah. And she's very blunt. My friend is like, she looks at me like this, and people, I'm like, girl, don't do that. She's putting like infusions in me. But yeah, Nurse Ratchet would be like, you need to stop eating sugar. I'm like, I'm doing chemo. I'm gonna eat whatever I want. I'm gonna fatten myself during chemo. Because I saw my dad go through chemo and be all skinny, but she was against that. I'm like, listen, I'm doing chemo. I'm going to eat everything I want. I'm going to treat myself. So stop it. And my friend would just like say things. It was so funny. But I love that I had that support. It's so important to have that support, that that person, if you can't speak or if you can't do something because you're sick, they're going to do it for you.
Right. One of the things I do with all my clients who go through hard times is, who's your care team? And your care team is not just your medical team. It's your family. It's your neighbors. It's your friends. It's your circle of care. It's who encircles you in your world and reminds you of who you are. Yes. That's your circle of care. And I always start with, okay, who's your team? Yeah. Very, very, very important.
100%. Not only the team of doctors, but also a team of people. You have to have them both. Absolutely. Yes. And so one last question. Thank you for your time. You've been amazing. And I really appreciate you being here.
Such a pleasure. Such a love. I just love talking about these people in this book. And it was just a labor of love to write it. It took me 10 years. But every time someone tells me that they've been lifted by it, it's so worth it.
Absolutely. Yes. So what message do you hope readers take away from Uplifting? If they could remember one thing, what should it be?
The theme of the book, which is, no matter what happens to us, we have an opportunity to live purposefully and meaningfully. And that comes from helping someone else. So the one message from Austin, from all the people in this book, is no matter what hell you're going through or you've gone through. One of the moms in the book said, Austin's mom, actually, that was her comment. She said, you joined us in hell, you walked us through hell, and then you were there when we got through the other side of hell. When you go through hell, you're not alone. Don't be alone, and reach out to the person next to you and the other person on the other side. And if everybody did that, and if everybody lifted each other up as often as we can and made a difference, well, I think we'd live a very different life.
100%. I've been saying that too. Like, I say it differently. I say it's all about love and unity, because humanity has the word unity in it. So if one day we had love and unity, the world would change 180.
Right. And let's take out the other and instead replace it with mother.
Yes, I love that. Yes, that's a beautiful message. Thank you so much for being here, Dr. Katie. And please get her book, you guys. You're going to cry a lot. Get your tissue. You're going to be crying a lot. Make sure you're not wearing makeup, because it's going to be gone. You're going to be like, all your eyeliner, everything is going to be
Let me hold it up. There
Yeah.
it is. It's available on Amazon and Barnes and Noble and anywhere where books are sold. And my website is drkatieeastman.com. And if you would love to, I'd love to hear from you. If you just have questions about grief, loss, change, growth, let me know. I'd be happy to talk to you about it.
Awesome. Okay, I misspelled your name, but I'm gonna put. I'm typing. I'm doing like everything. Okay, hold on. Let me see. I want to put this banner up so people know. There it is.
Yep.
So that's your website. They can get the book there. They can get it on Amazon. By the way, you guys, it's on my Amazon book list. If you're going to get it from my Amazon shop, it's amazon.com/shop/The State of Grace Fraga. So I have that book on top because that's my favorites, one of my favorites.
Oh,
And
wonderful.
yes. So people go there and they buy stuff from my store, believe it or not. So,
Thank you. I appreciate that. I really
course.
appreciate all of you. And I hope you have a blessed Thanksgiving that lifts all of you up.
Thank you. You too. Thank you so much for being here. All right.
All right,
Bye.
thank you. Bye-bye.
This Thanksgiving, bring a little extra grace to your gatherings. Start your day with gratitude and a warm cup of love with our Thanksgiving mugs. Celebrate in style with our super soft teas for the big feast or a comfy couch day. Designed to bring joy, laughter, and a dash of Thanksgiving spirit to your home. These pieces are just waiting to make memories with you and your loved ones. Get yours now and make this Thanksgiving unforgettable. Oh, hi, everyone out there. Thank you for tuning in to Relationship Coaching Live. And today, I am so excited. I'm sorry about, by the way, I'm sorry if you hear like sirens and stuff. I live in a busy street and somehow this app does not block the sound. So, but I am very excited to have these two ladies here. They're a writing team and they're mother and daughter. And they have written a book together called Mother-Daughter Relationship Makeover, which I love. And don't we all need that relationship makeover with our moms? It's the mother-daughter relationship is so complex. There's so much love, and but at the same time, our moms can be our most how can I say it, like best critics. They mean well, but sometimes they criticize a little. And we're going to talk to these ladies because they have such an incredible journey. I did listen to the book on Audible, and it's fantastic. Their stories are incredible. And but first, let me show you a little video where Lindsay, who is the daughter, talks about the book. Let me bring it up to you. And I am a one-woman engineering show here, so let me start it. And there you go.
We wrote the book, and it ended up being really great. The book has gotten fantastic reviews across the board and was even in Oprah's book club this spring for Mother's Day. We've been profiled in Daily Mail, Business Insider, and dozens of other media publications and podcasts, and even the news. Now we are bringing the mother-daughter group to life. We created a workbook that is a companion guide to the book that delves deeper into all of the important topics that are in the book. Coming soon, we are creating a bi-monthly group where we will be leading you through the book on your journey. Self-discovery, personality and communication style, biggest areas of conflict, triggers and trauma, conflict resolution, and forgiveness, healing, and how to reconnect with purpose or not reconnect at all. Stay tuned for lots of information on this group, how we're going to put it together, when it's happening, and of course, special offers. Well, we wrote.
All right. So, without further ado, let me introduce to you the lovely, beautiful, talented, amazing Leslie and Lindsay Glass. Hi there.
So good to be here.
Thank you for being here. I really appreciate you doing this little podcast of mine. I love what you stand for. I also stand for healing and forgiveness and love. And I just love the book. Your stories are incredible. Like, I was blown away. I was listening to it at home and while I was driving, and wow, it was hard to concentrate while I was driving. I was like, what'd she say just now?
What did she just say?
What was that again? Excuse me. You know, they're honking like, hey, move. But anyway, it was amazing to read. I loved it. And we're here to talk about you all's relationship, which, of course, you know, it's kind of like a universal thing, the mother-daughter relationship, where you have so much love, yet it can be so difficult to get along. I know personally I've been through that, but the love that we have for our mother is just something that we don't experience with anyone else. It's such an incredible bond. And I had the same type of relationship that you guys have, where it was like I was very close to my mom. And so whenever we fought, it was really hard. So I can't wait to hear your story. I can't wait for our listeners to hear about your story. But before we start, let me ask you, what inspired you guys to write this book together, and how did the writing process affect your own relationship?
Well, what inspired us to write the book was we have this recovery website and company. So we've been writing about this stuff for over a decade. And I also sponsor women, and we really saw an epidemic of children not speaking to their parents. And when we did a little bit of research, the numbers match what we had heard, which was a good percentage of children are not in contact with a parent. And we really felt that our journey had been successful. And because we love to write about self-help, we really felt that we had something to share with this book. Do you want to add anything to that?
Well, I just want to say that we had such a difficult journey and breaking up for 4 years.
Yes.
It's like, can you imagine relationship experts who couldn't manage their own relationship? So Lindsay and I were authors together, and we had a business together, but we couldn't get along. We were fighting all the time.
And what I'll add is the writing process was great. We actually know how to write together. So that wasn't an area in which we had a lot of issues. We've both been very professional with each other for a long time in the writing arena.
But the inspiration came from the fact that after thinking we would never get back together again, we did get back together again. And because we're authors, and because our mission is to really help other families, we wanted to write about our experience so that we could have other mothers and daughters know that they're not alone.
Absolutely. And it feels sometimes like we're not alone. I wish I would have read your book, back 20 years ago or 30 years ago. Of course you didn't write it yet, but I wish you would have written it like way back, because it is such a hard thing to understand why there's this love. And I wouldn't say hate relationship. It's a love and annoying relationship. I don't know how to put it how would you describe a mother-daughter relationship? Like
the independence and codependence, the desire of the daughter so desperately to have her own life, have her own choices, have her own voice, and her mother wanting to keep your daughters protected, keep them safe, keeping them looking good, not making mistakes. It's like the daughter doesn't feel the wisdom of her mother. She just feels that her mother's being controlling. So it's that balance between independence, codependence.
And also, I remember with my mom, it would be like, if I had a boyfriend, she would be like, I don't like him, Graciela. There's something about that guy I don't like. I know you think he's funny, but funny doesn't cut it. Okay. He got the muscles, he's funny, and I would be like, oh, mom, he's totally cool. He's so nice. And 6 months later, he turned out to be the awful guy that my mom predicted. And that would drive me crazy because she was always right about the people that surrounded me. She always got their vibes because I think mothers are so into, like you said, protecting their daughters that they feel the vibes even more strongly than anybody else that's around us. Is that true?
I definitely think there's truth to it. I think there's another thing going on that's sort of very contemporary. I mean, it's always been going on, but change is happening so fast. You know, I also experienced it as, you know, a mom wanting you to look the way she looks, and really the way you present in society is a reflection on mom. So if you're not well behaved, if you look like a street rat, which is what, you know, I was called for many years. It's like, well, what's her mom teaching her? What's going on in that house? And I think, you know, that's very healthy and normal. I think where it can go a little bit wrong is in today's world, you know, things have gotten so modern with sexuality, with what you want to do with your life, with religion or not religion. You know, these have always been questions of mom wanting to approve of what you're doing with your life. But now it's gotten very, very different. So mom may have been raised, you know, with some religion or in a conservative environment, and she's suddenly faced, and we know many cultures are very religious. Yes. So suddenly you've got this child and she's dealing with things you honestly don't understand or don't believe. And that can create conflict.
100%. That was actually my next question, because one theme in your book is the generational differences, right, between mothers and daughters. So how do you suggest families bridge the gap in understanding between these different perspectives?
Well, I think the first thing that's very important is for daughters to be able to understand where their mothers come from. And we actually have a really section in the book about it, that you really do some self-discovery to say where your mother comes from and why she holds the opinions and feelings that she does. So if a daughter is a little bit more compassionate about her mother and where her mother comes from, that can be very helpful.
Absolutely. But it's hard when you're younger to understand that and put yourself in your mom's shoes. You know, as we get older, I think as I got older, personally, I felt like I could understand where my mom was coming from and the struggles that she had, where before I was a little bit more unforgiving and I was like, Mom, and then it was like, oh, I get it.
Listen, beyond that, it wasn't until we were actually writing the book that I considered what it was like to be the mother of an alcoholic. Wow. You know, so for a lot of my childhood, I was very angry that there was drinking in our home. And then suddenly I'm writing the scenes of when we were taking me to rehab, and I'm confronted with what it must have been like, felt like. So, you know, and again, in that self-discovery Leslie was talking about, you begin to understand, wow, my mom was a mom in the 70s. They didn't know everything they know now. She didn't have family around. She didn't have supportive people that could help with small children. You know, you begin to put these pieces together and the puzzle makes a lot more sense.
Absolutely. In the book, and also when we talked, we were talking about triggers, right? And how we trigger each other, especially the daughter being triggered by the mother, right? So how do you guys deal with those triggers, and how do you help to not trigger each other?
Well, I think the first and most important thing is to be able to identify what are your triggers. If you have a nagging mom and she's always going to be bringing up the same thing, why aren't you married? Well, I don't like that boyfriend. What are you doing dressed like that? You know, all those things. And your mom is going to be nagging about the same things over and over. That is such a trigger. So basically, if you identify your triggers, then you can put up the boundaries if you're the daughter and say, you know, that doesn't feel good to me. Don't bring up those subjects. When we're together, let's not talk about those subjects.
Yeah.
But, I think that's absolutely right. But what I'll add to that, because people always say, well, this isn't easy.
Yeah.
And it's like changing your behavior is the hardest thing in the world.
Mhm.
And it takes practice. So, I'm still going to do things that maybe trigger her around money. She's still going to do things that trigger me around food or other things.
Yeah.
But the difference is we're able to know where each other are coming. She knows I'm anxious about stuff. I know that she wants me to be healthy because I've been unhealthy at times in my life.
Yeah.
And remember that some of these nags and triggers are actually coming from a helpful place. And the trick really is to practice over and over. Hey, I know you're coming from a good place, but I've got this covered. I'm an adult, and sometimes we really have to look at each other and say, I've got this handled, and you may be right about some things, but on this one, we're gonna kind of agree to disagree or agree to let it go. So triggers and boundaries kind of go hand in hand.
So one thing is, how hard is it to really hold your tongue? You really see something that
She's
you're
laughing.
something that you're not liking about your mother or your daughter. What does it mean just not to say anything? Not to say anything.
Yes.
So you're eating a candy bar, not my business.
You know what? I'm here in Florida. It took 3 days for me to go, what is the sighing about? She's sighing. Oh.
No, what is it?
2 days, I ignored it. And then today I was like, what's the sign? And you know what? I'm glad we brought this up, because why did I need to open my mouth? She feels like sighing this week. It's none of my business, If she tells me
so
it's not
funny.
about me, as long as she's not sighing at me, then sigh away. It's your house.
I'm glad you brought up the sighing, Lindsay. I'm really glad you brought that up, because my mother used to sigh, and she would be sighing, and my father used to hum. I mean, can you imagine how annoying? I had one parent who was humming all the time songs from World War I, and my mother was sighing all the time. And my mother started sighing literally when she got cancer.
Oh no.
So, she was like sighing.
Oh.
And so when Lindsay said to me, you're sighing, I thought, oh my goodness, am I sounding like her?
That's another thing. Like sometimes I even look in the mirror. I'm like, I look like my father. Like we were babies. You put two pictures together, we're like twins. But as time, I had such a good relationship. Well, good and bad in the same, how it is, with my mom, such a close relationship. Let's put it that way, that I started looking like her.
Yeah.
More. And I'm right. What is that?
I didn't used to look like this.
No, she didn't used to look like this.
Same here. And both my parents were really beautiful. So it doesn't matter if I look like my dad or my mom, but I think my mom was she was like a model, like beautiful. She used to be like really skinny. Of course, I came out like my dad, athletic, but that's okay. Hey, I cherish my body. It's okay. But my mom was so beautiful. And it's like I'm kind of like getting her beauty. She's not with us anymore, but I'm kind of like, I feel like I'm getting her type of beauty that before I didn't have. And I don't know why that is. It's after she passed away, it started happening more and more. And it's just, we're so close. We even start to look alike. Do you guys feel that way, that that's the kind of relationship that mothers and daughters have?
Absolutely.
Well, her spirit is in you, obviously.
It really is. Oh my gosh. Yes. Her
spirit is right there. You.
Yeah.
Away.
Absolutely. Yes. You're going to make me cry. But yeah, her strength, I feel like after she passed away, and I know this is just my belief, she passed on to me her strength. And also my grandmother on my dad's side, she had green eyes. And after she passed away, I'm not kidding you, that my eyes got greener. What's up with that? And my father had a dream before he passed away. And he told me that he saw his mother's eyes being transferred to me in a dream. And then after my grandmother passed away, I promise you, I'm like, what the hell are these? What's going on? What's happening? Isn't that crazy?
Well, I was just so glad, that Lindsay said that about the sign just now, because it's how we talk about each other, about our irritations, that is really, you can alter your triggers by being able to communicate something that the other person has no idea that she's doing.
Absolutely. Oh, that happened with my mom all the time. But she was tough to deal with, because I think I diagnosed her with borderline personality disorder. All my therapists have diagnosed her. So it's very hard for someone like that to, they understand it, but then they go back to their old habits. So, but you guys, you don't have any mental health issues like that, because borderline personality is pretty extreme. And so I feel like maybe that helps you get along a little better than I could have gotten along with my mom. I don't know. What do you feel about?
Well, I think you're bringing up something very, very important, and we do talk about it at the end of the book in terms of whether or not you can or should reconcile with a mother or daughter. And untreated mental illness is one of the biggest red flags of somebody who might be somebody you either have to have very firm boundaries with or not be in touch with at all. So this is what I would say. And I'm going to speak for myself. I do not speak for her. I have some anxiety, some depression, and for a decade and a half, untreated alcoholism.
Yeah.
So I think that when those things were untreated, I was unmanageable. In general, I was unmanageable to myself, and I was unmanageable as somebody to have a close relationship with. And I will speak to that by saying that drugs and alcohol do not help anxiety and depression. So you take somebody that's emotionally tippy, we call it emotionally tippy.
Okay.
And you kind of pour gasoline on it. That's what you're going to have, somebody with emotional problems. But it was very important to me, and I write about it. I think I wrote about it in the book. I can't remember. To know what was wrong with me. And I had doctors diagnose me.
Right.
And they said, your hardware is fine. Your software is a little wonky. And what that means is I have no personality disorder. I don't have bipolar disorder. There's no major functioning wrong with my brain.
Yeah.
What they talking about, the soft drive, they're talking about emotional stuff.
Yeah.
So I have trauma, I have emotional issues, but in therapy, in recovery and treated, I am a happy, healthy person.
Yes.
So, and I won't speak for anything that my mom deals with, but I would say when she is in her recovery life, she is a happy, healthy person, and we are able to communicate. We're able to say we're sorry. We're able to even have a bad moment and recover and say, hey, that happened because I'm really anxious today. Or, hey, I'm here visiting in Florida. You can't imagine the devastation. The pool cave, the hurricanes. So, I made an agreement not to bring up my financial anxiety at a time when, her house rebuilt. And that's
wow, I'm so sorry. Wow.
passion, looking at it as it's not about me this week. So what would you say?
Well, I think you covered that pretty well. And I think, speaking to the fact when you're a mother and you have a teenager or you have a young adult who is unmanageable, angry and fault finding and blaming, you have to protect yourself. You really do, because otherwise you just feel like there's a knife turning in you all the time. And I think that the millions of people who are dealing and coping with someone who has an addiction problem, they're just the emotional issues and problems. You really need to detach yourself and say, it's not about me. It's not my fault that I didn't cause this. Now, I do think that it's very important to know how to support somebody who is in recovery. And I also believe, this is something I also believe, and it's not very, you know, it's not a universal idea, but I do think that parents of teenagers and young children should probably not be drinking every evening after school. I had a martini every day at 5 o'clock as I was preparing dinner. I certainly wouldn't do that now. And when Lindsay went into recovery in her 20s, I stopped drinking. So I haven't had a drink in 15 years. And I really believe that if you want to support someone who is in recovery, you don't use yourself. You don't smoke marijuana. You don't take Xanax. You don't have your drink every day. You don't have martini parties. And around the dining room table, if you're having sober, non-alcoholic drinks, you can have fun with that.
Absolutely.
But just taking the alcohol off the table means that you can communicate and play games and have interesting conversations, and it's not about the wine.
Absolutely.
I do want to add that family dysfunction and alcoholism was enough to get us into a state where we weren't going to speak for 4 years.
Yeah.
So I don't want to minimize, you know, and we talk about it in the book, you don't need to be hitting somebody to be doing damage.
Mm-hmm.
So we were doing damage to each other just by being in this super confrontational kind of blaming. And we needed to take time almost to get calm. Like everybody's talking about their nervous systems, right? Oh, we got to calm those nervous systems. And we both needed to learn how to live for years ongoing with a calm nervous system.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, I think the mental illness and the addiction thing is really big. And that's something to look at.
Absolutely. And I chose, you know, in my lifetime, I chose to continue my relationship with my mom because I wasn't even aware that she had a mental illness. I just thought she was nervous and had switched her emotions, like were very fiery.
Yeah.
But I think now with the knowledge that I have, maybe I could have helped her, you know, could at least get treatment or some kind of help. And I don't feel guilty about it because it is what it is. And I had the knowledge. And so this work that you guys are doing is so important because it can help so many people. And thank you for doing this, this wonderful work. And you know, some of us are here, you know, to promote healing and to help other heals. And you guys are like the perfect example of that. And you were talking about, you know, like listening to each other and kind of, you know, escalating and then de-escalating, right? What are some tips that you have for de-escalation?
Do you want to start?
I just want to say that for many, many years, I thought I was right. I was always right. And I think so many mothers think they're always right.
Yeah.
And if Lindsay wouldn't fall into my ideas of whatever it was, there would be this clashing and it would be loud and it would be uncomfortable and we would both feel sick. I think that one of the best and perfect things that Lindsay did was she started saying to me, "You may be right." It shut me down. And it validated me in a way that she had never validated me before. She didn't think I was right, but it didn't matter.
It's like the possibility is out there in the quantum field that you're right. I'm not saying you're right, but that's brilliant. I love that. That's great.
Like, it was so brilliant. And she had a bunch of other things that she would say. Do you want to go on with some of the things
I think it's about finding that pause. So you're in and people tune into your bodies. You feel it. You get hot. You start to feel the fight coming on. You know, I really advise people to listen to their bodies. And if you suddenly feel sick to your stomach, you're having a reaction. And that is the moment to say, wait, let's back up. Yeah. Because I don't want to say something I don't mean. I don't want to hurt you. And I don't want to get myself into that state. And so as a person in recovery, one of the reasons we did what we did, which was so severe to not speak for 4 years, was I had trouble staying sober. Wow. I don't want to get into a place where I feel like picking up a drink is a good idea. So she knows that now. Lindsay gets that upset. And that's what this is all about, you know, in healing these relationships, not triggering each other, de-escalation, looking at somebody and going, do I really want to upset somebody that's going to have this kind of reaction? So find the pause with whatever words you need. You may be right. Let me think about it. Let's calm down for a few minutes and come back to this. And then the basic message of the book, which is respect and compassion. Like, we're on the same team here. I hate
Yes.
this. I hate my mom. My mom's crazy. Well, she might be, but she's still
Right.
your mom. And if she's not toxic and harming you, it would be a little bit, you know, preferable to have some respect and understanding. So
I totally agree with your perspective 100%. Mothers, it's like irreplaceable. Like you just, that relationship is so special, and it can be codependent if we don't watch ourselves, right?
it is by nature.
I think so.
It really is, right.
Fight through it a little bit.
Yeah, you do. You do. And I think you also have to have this idea that whatever it is that you're going through right now, it will pass if you let it pass.
Yes.
Yeah.
In 2 hours, you may not be, you know, feeling those feelings.
Feelings aren't facts, Grace.
No, absolutely. And they're emotions, energy, emotions. So we have to be careful what energy we put in motion. So the anger energy, not a good one to put in motion, because it's messy.
Yes, it is.
Absolutely. The love energy, good to put in motion. So I think if we come from a place of love and we remember how much we love our moms, then I think it's going to be easier to have that pause.
And I think validation is very important, to be able to say, I hear you. I understand what you're saying. I hear you. Let me think about that.
But also, as we head into these holidays, validate people. Like, if you know your mom's cooked all day or gone to a lot of trouble to do something, you know, if you know the kid has taken off work and that's a stressful thing for them, you know, validate everybody for making those choices. And I'll say one other thing, just because, you know, we are humanitarians. The world's a tough place right now. It really is. And we should be really grateful that we're in this country. I mean, I'm being serious. Like, we have freedoms and you know, safeties that people in other places don't have. So I really think as we head into these holidays, you know, kind of holding on to that gratitude of safety is really important.
100%. I grew up in Argentina in a military dictatorship.
Ooh.
Sometimes. So yeah, I completely agree with you. We are, even though it feels like we're losing some freedoms and a lot of people are complaining, just look at the other side and how grateful we have to be that we have so many freedoms. And that's the reason I moved here. Even though democracy was in place when I moved to the US, I just felt like Argentina, I couldn't trust it anymore, you know, after what I've been through. I mean, if you Google Argentina military dictatorship in the 70s, wow. Yeah. So I grew up with it. It's like, that's all I knew. And I didn't even know what democracy was. I had no idea. Never experienced it until later. And then when I moved here. So yes, very grateful. And you bring up the holidays, which is something that we all deal with, you know, going to visit our families during the holidays. And how do you guys deal with that, with, you know, the holidays? And what advice would you give others to, you know, how to deal with the holidays when people trigger you, on where everybody is annoying you, when you just want to get the heck out of there?
Well, I'll start with this. Look at it as an opportunity.
Okay.
You know, instead of, first of all, you were talking about perspective, and everything is about perspective, right? So if it's sort of, instead of, oh my God, this is going to be awful, I can't believe we have to go there all day, kind of going into it and looking like, well, this is actually an opportunity for me to be of service to the family.
Yeah.
And here's how I can do. I'm a big believer in bribes. So, and I'm not even kidding.
I can hear you.
Come with things that are going to set the right tone, and really consider, like, does this have to be said? Does this have to be said right now? Does it have to be said by me?
Yeah.
So my message for the holidays is every single time you want to open your mouth, consider, do I need to say on my side of the street? So I'm all about restraint, restraint of pen and tongue, impulse control,
Yes.
being a person in recovery. So that's the angle I'm coming from, which is set yourself up for success.
Yes.
And also, in the self-care field, if you're a sober person and you are feeling uncomfortable at dinner, you can leave. You can call another sober person. You
Right.
can pick up somebody safe in the family and whisper, if this is too much for me, I need to go home.
Mhm.
So as much as we want to respect our families, we also want to respect ourselves and
Yes.
keep our recoveries safe, keep our mental health safe. And no, Mom, you're picking on me. If you keep that up, I'm going to have to go home and you're not going to get your presents. Is that what you want? What would you add?
Well, as a mom who spent many, many years cooking, hoping, wishing that everybody would just be nice. Just all you want is your family to be nice and to enjoy, the effort that you put into it. I think it's very important for moms, and they know that their kids are going to fight, and they may not even want to be there or with you or with your spouse or whatever. That it's important to lower your expectations. So, and know that if you're the mom and you're putting on this party for everybody, to lower your expectations and saying, I'm putting on this effort because I like to do it. It's for me. And if everybody else doesn't enjoy it, then, it's not my fault, but, to lower your expectations so that you aren't disappointed. Because I think very often families are expecting the joy, and they're getting discord and dysfunction. So I think lowering your expectations and also thinking of it as an opportunity for self-growth and self-development. So for me, putting on the party because I like to put on the party. I like the decorations. I like the food. And I'm hoping that now that they're all adults, they're going to love it. But if they don't love it, I loved it.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. I love that. So you guys in your book, there's also the topic of like the roles of mothers and daughters, right? So what societal expectations do you think are most harmful and how can we challenge them?
Woo! You leave that to the end. Just kidding. So
No, I have one more question. People are like tuning in, by the way, you guys, they're staying in. They're like, they're staying put. They love you. So.
Well, great. We love them. Here's what I'll speak. I'm going to speak as the daughter who is divorced and didn't have kids.
Okay.
So what I experienced, growing up was a lot of, be as good as your mom. A lot of my life was tough because there were expectations on me to follow in my mom's footsteps in every way. And my mom happens to be good at a lot of different things. So that was really hard. So I do think, when things were fraught about the way I looked or what I wanted to do, it was because, I was supposed to be this mini me and I wasn't in every way. So I do think society looks at the mom and expects the daughter to kind of follow in those footsteps. And I would say as an adult, it's been interesting to kind of not do the conventional thing and now feel like society's catching up with me because now a lot of people aren't doing the conventional thing.
Mm-hmm.
And people can see some benefits to it. Not that we don't need to have children and populate the earth, but it isn't the only way for a woman to live. Her purpose is not just to have children and get married. So, personally, I don't care. But my mom never picked on me about it. She didn't care.
Nice. Yeah.
And so I think that was a big one. I think she wanted me to live up to my potential. So that's been the stressor. But getting married and having kids, she couldn't care a lick.
I love that. I had a similar experience with my mom too. She actually, because I think I grew up in a military dictatorship, she always said, you know, you have to be an independent woman. Don't ever depend on a man. And you have to be your own woman. And she definitely encouraged me to pursue college and to have a career and to do things. And that is so important, because I feel like that was my purpose in life. I'm not meant to be with someone and have kids and not even be in a relationship at this point, because relationships have always been trouble for me. And so I'm like, you know, I'm so glad that she instilled that value in me, because it's almost like it's giving me permission to do what I do and not feel guilty, because society is like, you got to get married and have kids and all these expectations that we have as a woman, and to be really to serve the man, because that's what we're expected to do, right? And so I think she instilled, and you, Leslie, instilled in Lindsay to not serve a man, but serve herself, right?
Well, yes, and I think what we need to do for our daughters, and what we're really talking about here, is you look at this other person as another person. She's on her own path.
Yeah.
You may love her path, you may not love her path, but you must love her.
Yes.
I love her. I may not love the way she's dressing. I may not love, you know, certain things about it, but honestly, you're absolutely right, Lindsay. I didn't care whether you got married or you didn't get married, or you had a corporate job or you didn't have a corporate job.
Well, you wanted me to get married the first time, but when that didn't work out well, you let that go.
I just wanted to get rid of you. I didn't want you. You were grown up. I thought it was time. Okay.
She pushed the first one,
I
but
did.
she never brought it up again, ever.
I love it.
Getting married doesn't solve your problems. It doesn't.
No, at all. Actually creates more problems, to be honest.
Your problem.
Don't you know?
Don't you know?
I do.
I
know.
Think, you know, I think what we can do, what the best thing that we can do, all we really want as both mothers and daughters is to love and be loved.
Yes.
And you have that on the front of your show. It's all about love. It's all about loving. And that's, and you don't have to have the perfect daughter to love her.
Not at all.
You know, you don't have to have somebody who's a doctor or who's got 3 children or whatever, which is, you don't, I don't need that. I just want to be able to have fun together. And I what's interesting is that Lindsay has led me on her path as well. So we wrote a book together. We're now certified professional coaches.
Nice.
So if you want us to take you through our book, we can do that.
Totally. Is there, just so I can put it up as a banner, I know you have a website.
Reachoutrecovery.com.
I did put it on my notes. Let me find it. Did I? Oh, did I? I think I accidentally deleted it. Okay. So there's the book. So what is it again?
It's reachoutrecovery.com. And from there, you can sign up for our newsletter, or you can follow Reach Out Recovery on Facebook and Instagram. And we will be perfect. We will be starting to post about it. So yes, what's next for us is we have several self-help books and programs around them. We've got a teen mental health program. We have curriculums. And we have created this academy so that we can now teach all of this stuff. So we are creating a mother-daughter relationship makeover group. And we will be doing vision statements with mothers and daughters. And we will be taking people through the book starting in the new year.
Beautiful. And so people can contact you through this website, correct?
Yeah. And what we've realized with the book, and this was not our brilliant idea. Actually, a therapist came to us and said they were using it for a therapeutic book club. And then we used it in our coaching program to do mother-daughter vision statements. And it turns out that's a thing. Doing all of this stuff is a thing. So we're now going to allow it. I mean, do it.
Absolutely. So in closing, what advice would you give mothers and daughters who don't get along right now at this very moment?
I think the most important thing is to have hope, because whatever is happening right now, it may not be happening next year. You may develop new perspective. We can help you with that. Lindsay and I can help you with that. But I think it's very important not to have that attitude. I'm done with you. I hate you.
Right.
I mean, Lindsay and I both said we're done with each other. We've been there and we've done that.
Right.
And there are circumstances in which that's really important. In order to save yourself, you need to back away. But I think that having hope about reconciling and finding that place of peace and serenity is possible. What would you say, Lindsay?
Yeah, I would just say, lean towards the light, lean towards the love, lean towards the compassion. I always speak to the daughters and say, think about what your mom went through. Think about the fact that a lot of this is probably coming from her being worried about you.
Yeah.
We are doing this Empowered Women series. And, I believe mothers and daughters need to be empowered in who they are. They're allowed to be who you are and still be nice to your mom. Daughters, have a little compassion for mom. It's their first time doing it, but also know that if mom is toxic or causing real damage, you have the right to go out and protect yourself, heal, and create a life that works for you with boundaries for her.
100% agree. I love it. So guys, get their book. It's just so good. It's available also on Audible, which is great. I love Audible. I'm all into Audible right now. It's just wonderful. And also you can reach out to Leslie and Lindsay at reachoutrecovery.com. Well, thank you so much, you guys, for being here. I would love to have you back. And because there's so much we can talk about. Your book is so amazing. There's so many topics we can talk about. And also I would love to have you, Leslie, on my Sober Strength podcast that, yes, we are premiering on Friday for everybody. If you guys want to watch, yes, with my girl Pebbles. She's the sober one. I'm the normie. So we're going to have like little discussion, Yeah. So we thought that would be fun to have like two different points of view. Yes. So Sober Strength podcast. We're going to do it ourselves on the 25th, the Friday. It's this Friday. And it's going to be at 7 p.m. You guys, if you want to tune in, please do. It's available on Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, Twitch, X, Instagram, and Rumble. So yes, so I stream everywhere. I'm a streaming prostitute. But anyway, so thank you so much, you guys, for being here, and thank you for the work that you do. Dating is like trying to find a needle in a haystack, except the haystack is full of frogs and weird DMs. But who says you can't have fun while you're searching for that needle or a prince? Say goodbye to dating disasters and hello to love that lights up your world. In Love, Laughter, and Lessons, a fun guide to dating, I spill all the secrets to navigating the dating scene with grace, humor, and just the right amount of sass. Whether you're swiping left or making eye contact across the room, I'll show you how to attract love like a magnet. It's time to stop waiting for love and start living it. Get your copy of Love, Laughter, and Lessons, a fun guide to dating today, and let the magic begin. Have you ever felt like you've lost yourself, like someone else's manipulative grip was holding you back from being the strong, beautiful soul you truly are? I take you on a journey, my journey, through the darkness of narcissistic abuse to the light of freedom and self-love. Through personal stories, hard-won lessons, and powerful strategies, I'll show you how to break free from toxic patterns and reclaim your power. You are worthy of joy. You are worthy of love. And my friend, you are worthy of the life you've always dreamed of. Let me help you get there. It's time to heal, to thrive, and to live life on your terms. This isn't just a book, it's your guide to a brighter, more powerful you. Grab your copy of Healing from Narcissism today and let the transformation Well, hi there. Welcome to Relationship Coaching Live. Thank you guys for being here and joining us today. I have a guest who's been here before, and he was so great that people were like, we want him back. So I brought him back, and we're going to talk about stress today. He wrote a book called The Art of Taking It Easy, How to Cope with Bears, Traffic, and the Rest of Life's Stressors. Please welcome to the virtual stage, Dr. Brian King.
Hey, how you doing, Grace? It's good.
I'm great. How are you?
I'm taking it easy.
Right. No,
Trying to take my own advice.
I know it's so hard sometimes. I preach the same thing, like don't stress. I'm playing with my light, by the way. Don't stress and just chill because I face mortality, so I need to and then sometimes the smallest thing just stresses me out.
Right.
So what can you do when you have that intrusive thought and that emotion of I need to do something because it's stressing me out. So what do you do? How can you cope with that?
To jump ahead, and this is jumping ahead because I usually like to explain to people why this is important. But to jump ahead,
yes,
you have to realize that those thoughts are just thoughts, and you modify or change a thought just like any other form of thought. And I always tell people, a thought is, unless you're actively thinking about something you're currently doing, a thought is just mental activity. Your brain doesn't like to be inactive. It's a very uncomfortable condition for your brain to be inactive. In fact, we call it dopamine deficiency in technical terms. In non-technical terms, we call it being bored. Whenever your brain isn't sufficiently stimulated, it tries to stimulate itself. And unfortunately for some of us, it seeks that stimulation in perhaps maybe revisiting memories that it revisits on occasion, like that bad thing that happened that one time, we call that ruminating, or it might seek to relieve that lack of stimulation by thinking about possibilities for the future, and some of those possibilities are going to be negative, and we call that worrying.
Yes.
Worrying and ruminating are both just mental activities, and they can have pretty significant effects on us. Rumination leads to depression. Worrying leads to the development of anxiety disorder, all related conditions. And so what I always tell people is to recognize thoughts for what they are. And what do you do when you want to change your thoughts? Well, you have to give your brain something else to do, something else to focus on. And so I always tell people, whenever you start to go in that direction with your mental activity, to try to change it. Try to change, it's like literally changing the channel in your head, and read a book, watch TV, have a conversation, engage in some social interactions, go for some exercise, do something to occupy your mental space that redirects your brain from the path that it's currently on, and
Absolutely.
Then it's ironic, but even an example with regards to managing stress. So I have this bad, I don't think it's bad, but my partner thinks it's bad. I have this bad habit of when I'm on vacation, I'm not really on vacation. You know, like
Yes.
some people think that to be on vacation is just to like sit and relax with a margarita by the pool. You know, no, that's not me at all. You know,
Exactly.
for me, a vacation is a change in focus. You know, like so
Mhm.
I'm actively focused on this one particular subject, this situation I'm dealing with, work, whatever it might be. You know, and for me, just to redirect my attention to something else is sufficient. And so I don't like to just sit by a pool with a margarita, although that is an enjoyable experience sometimes.
Yeah.
For me, that's not that's not the art of taking it easy. The art of taking it easy is learning how to do something else when those negative thoughts start popping into my head.
I love that, because sometimes I go on vacation and I feel like I have to do this. I have to, you know, and what I like to do is just chill and
Mhm.
my thoughts kind of like go away, but I become more creative because
Yeah.
when busy in our lives, I feel like my creativity kind of like goes, you know.
Yeah.
And when I take a vacation, what I like to do is to chill so I can be more creative. I come up
Yeah.
with ideas. I can kind of like reorganize things in a way that moving forward, my life is a little bit easier. You know, thinking about the big picture, like how can I
Well,
pay
you know,
debt, or how can I, you know, create
right.
book, or blah blah blah, right?
Stress stifles creativity.
Yes.
You know, the thing is like what a lot of people don't appreciate about stress is that it is so it's based on thoughts. Now, obviously, there are real things that cause stress. I don't want to go into what's real and what's not real for with regard to stress, but stress is ultimately based on thoughts. But it's perceived by your body, and this mechanism. You have a brain, you have other mechanisms. You know, you have other physiological mechanisms in your body that are influenced by your brain. It's perceived by your brain as a danger. You know, now anything that you perceive as being something that might cause you stress is perceived as a danger. And
Yeah.
whenever you perceive a danger, your body automatically enters into what we call fight or flight mode.
Right.
You know,
Yes.
and what I always tell people about fight or flight mode is that that's good if you actually have something in your environment that is you know, fighting or, you know, dangerous, you know, which is why the title of my book has that subtitle about how to cope with bears, traffic, and the rest of life stressors. I always use the bear as an example of like a real threat. It's actually something that's going to hurt you. You know, it's an attacking bear, you know. Or I use the traffic as an example of a not so real threat. You know, traffic isn't going to hurt you. It's just there, you know.
Yes.
Now, the reason why it stifles creativity to be under stress is because if you are being attacked by a bear, the last thing you want to do is have some sort of creative, innovative thoughts. You know, you want your brain to be super focused on surviving the bear, you know, or whatever it is that, and so you don't have those kinds of thoughts. You don't have those kind of inspirations pop into your head. One of the most relaxing experiences people even engage in, just to go a little bit further into this subject, is to take a shower or a bath. You know, a lot of people like to relax in that. And you're a creative person. I'm a creative person. How much inspiration comes to you while you're in the freaking shower? You know, like honestly. Some of my best ideas come to me while I'm just like shampooing my hair, you know, because your focus, your attention is focused on the activity of bathing, and it's not dangerous. It's not perceived as a threat by anything, and so your mind gets to wander, and you start to have those wonderful positive ideas.
Absolutely. And also when I drive, I get really good ideas.
Yeah.
And constantly like, hey,
again,
Siri.
Brain is focused on driving. Yeah. Brain is focused on driving.
On driving.
I tell people that's one of my favorite coping mechanisms, actually. I mean, it's not so great for the environment, but I drive a hybrid, so it's okay. But it is. It's sometimes if things are getting, just getting too much, I just take a drive, and while I'm driving, like my mind is wandering. I come up with my jokes. I come up with stories. I come up with other ideas. In fact, I have an idea for a new book that I came up with while I was driving recently. So
that's amazing. Oh, well, I can't wait for you to write it. So we can all.
If
You
I get
know?
a chance to write it,
Yeah.
the reason why I was driving is because I've been super busy. Like
Yes.
since I last appeared on your podcast, I moved my family across country. So
Ooh.
in fact, I'm still in the process of settling in our new state. We moved from Texas to North Carolina, and we are so you talk about stress. I've had a lot of that going on actually. But it's nice to be able to sometimes be reminded I can take my own medicine.
Absolutely. And I love that you said about the fight or flight, that my cancer therapist, when I was starting to have a lot of anxiety, like about the treatment and getting, just really anxious and a little bit of PTSD. And you can have PTSD while you're going through the experience, I think, right? Absolutely.
It's not. It's. I wouldn't it's not diagnosed as PTSD because PTSD is post-trauma.
I know, but it's the
you're currently experiencing the trauma. Yeah. That's you definitely suffer the symptoms, absolutely. But the reason why we call it PTSD is because those symptoms aren't supposed to linger. So that's when it becomes post. But
that makes a lot of sense. You have it during the trauma, and I remember
you're experiencing the symptoms of trauma. Yeah,
yes,
but it's not PTSD until you're after the trauma, and then you're still having the same symptoms.
TSD. So, but I remember that whenever I was really anxious, like I would get dizzy. And disassociate. That's how anxious I was.
Yeah.
And so she would be like, "Okay, go in the mirror and talk to yourself like, Grace, there's no lion chasing you right now.
Nice.
You are okay. I
would recommend you use a bear, but lion, everybody has their own preference.
A lion kind of scares me because they dig into your skin and they eat you. I'm not that scared. I know crap my ass, so I feel like I can punch the bear.
I like that. See, I use the bear solely because it's more realistic. Like living in North America, we are much more likely to be attacked by bears than lions.
Yes.
I know other people who use they talk about the evolution of the brain, and they talk about cavemen being attacked by dinosaurs and stuff like that. To me, that's not realistic. Lions aren't realistic, but freaking bears, man, bears are everywhere in this state, in this country.
I know. No, absolutely. For me, again, it's lions, but it's that fight or flight thing that we do when we're going through trauma, especially medical trauma, I think, because it's so physical when you go through chemo and radiation, and it's like your body is going through all kinds of crazy things. It's wow. And so you feel you have absolutely zero control of your body, which we never really do have a lot of control, but in those times it does. So that exercise helped me a lot. And also I think another thing for stress is grounding yourself. Like she would tell me, look around, like things that are green. And so I would start looking around and naming them, and that would calm me down because it distracted me.
Exactly. It's giving your brain something else to do. And I think very often when people are suffering, and they do really suffer, very often a therapist or a clinician, in your case, will recommend these kinds of activities. They don't sound like they're going to do much. You know what I mean? It's like, my therapist wants me to look for green objects every time Like, what's that going to do? Give me some medication. We're really driven towards taking a pill. What pill? What can I take to make this go away? But once you understand how much of that is actually rooted in the thoughts that you're having, and you can learn to change those thoughts through talking to yourself in the mirror like you did, and looking for objects to distract yourself. I mean, distraction is really one of the best things. And the phrase. I forget the exact wording of it, but the devil makes use of idle hands or something like that. Idle hands is the devil's plaything, being busy prevents so much of that negativity from happening in the first place. I mean, really, I remember a conversation I had with somebody who told me she had 3 jobs and goes to school. And in comparison, she asked me what I was doing. And I said, well, I'm doing a seminar and how to make people happy and manage stress. She says to me, oh yeah, happiness. Yeah, I can see how that's really important. But I'm too busy to be depressed. And I was like, you got it. I mean, that's exactly right. We're not busy. Most people are not busy enough. We might say this, we might complain that we got a lot of things to do, but then like you didn't factor in like the 6 hours you spent sitting on your couch watching TV, all the time you spent surfing your phone for no reason. You know what I mean? Like we're not as busy as we pretend to be. And that's a big part of the problem.
Yeah, I agree. And this leads me to my next question. How do you define taking it easy in a world that often celebrates hustle and constant productivity?
Right. Well, first of all, I don't know that the world does that. I mean, I know we like to think that there's this idea that we should be working and hustling and all the time, We might feel peer pressured to do so, but the reality is like 99% of us don't work that hard. There's a reason that there's the top 1% and then there's the rest of us.
Yes.
The reality is the case. I mean, like not, but let's just say we do feel pressured with those thoughts, and we think that we got to work hard. That's the culture. When I use the phrase "take it easy," I don't mean physically, I don't mean go sit by the pool and sip margaritas, I mean mentally, give yourself a break from that pressure. Just thinking that you have to be busy all the time is actually another form of stress. I don't want people stressing out about the fact that they're not doing things to prevent stress. That's ridiculous. Oh man, I really got to think positive. I'm not thinking positive. Don't like you're stressing about the fact that you're not stressing. It's ridiculous, but there are people that do that.
Absolutely. I'm constantly like doing things. I actually have to say, okay, I'm going to drive myself to the beach, and then that's my favorite thing to do, and just look at the ocean. And then I'm going to go to my favorite vegan restaurant and have a nice meal and chill. And that works for me because I'm always, you got to produce. And it's a trap because yes, it's great to produce. And I'm building, like right now I'm focused on building my YouTube and all my podcasts and everything. And that plus I work, like teaching swimming and tutoring kids, and also
work is important.
Yeah.
Work is important and work is fulfilling.
Yes.
And we should work. Absolutely. And most of us need to, let's put it that way, taking it easy has nothing to do with not working. In fact, not working is a big part of the problem. As I mentioned earlier, the woman who said, I'm too busy to get depressed. She was working all the time, It's the people who are sitting around not working, like the retirees get depressed, And the reason why they're so depressed is because they're not doing anything anymore. They're not as active physically and mentally as they used to be. But it's the nature of the activity that makes it healthy, right? So I always say that work, for the most part, should be something productive, should be something that keeps us busy mentally, even if it's not physical. A lot of our work currently is sitting on a computer. So that's not physical activity, And I hate that actually about myself, but like the majority of the activities that I do are on this machine that's right in front of me, I wish I was, a landscaper or some kind of laborer, at least then I would have some physical activity along with my mental activity. But I unfortunately have trained myself to not be as rewarded by those activities, But the work is important and it's necessary, but it's what we do when we're not working that's probably the most flexible for people. And I always recommend, like one of my first questions whenever somebody tells me they're really stressed, they say, what are your hobbies? What do you do for fun? And a lot of them will say, I don't have time for fun. What do you mean I don't have time for fun? Well, do you have time for Netflix? Do you have time to sit and vegetate in front of a TV? Do you have time, to lay in bed for extra hours because you're suffering from depression? I mean, you clearly have some time, use that time to pursue a hobby. Or a lot of times I'll ask them, what did you do for fun? Sometimes they don't have an activity they're currently engaging in, but I'll say, what did you used to do for fun? And, I used to do this, but I stopped doing it. Well, how about we try doing that again? How about we get back into that behavior, Why'd you stop? It's, I don't know. I just stopped, you know. And then a nice coincidence. When you stopped doing the thing that made you happy, you started developing the thing that made you depressed. You know?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I love that you're saying this, because sometimes I feel guilty that I'm working so much, but I love what I do so much. Everything I do, I love. There's not anything I don't like.
Yeah.
If I don't like a job, I'll just quit it. I can't. And I think that's a very important part. And I think it also gives you perspective. It's like, okay, I'm enjoying this, but I do need a break right now. You know, maybe I should go for a walk, or, you know, it keeps you, I think for me particularly, it keeps me more grounded, to have a purpose in my life. I think that's very important. If you have a purpose, then everything you do is kind of tinted by that purpose, and it makes life a lot more fun, rather than, oh my God, I have to go to work and I have to make money and I have to do this. You don't have to do anything. You just do it because you like it. And that's a big difference, I think.
Yeah. Yeah. If you can like what you do for work, that's the best case scenario. Most people aren't that lucky, you know?
Yeah.
Like I wouldn't go to Walmart and stock shelves because I enjoy it. You know, I go there because I have to, or I would, do deliveries or whatever. But yeah, maybe you can find joy in those activities. I don't mean to diss Walmart.
So.
There's physical activity going on with that. Yeah.
Well, if you look at the point of view of, like, what I do is I like to love and help others, and of course love and help myself. It's all part of the deal, right? It just goes both ways.
Love and love.
Yes, absolutely. So whenever I do anything, even because I used to walk dogs when I was, like, needed a lot money more than I need it now, because long story. But anyway, so I would be like, okay, so first of all, I'm helping the puppy go out and do their business and go for a walk and be happy. And I'm helping the pet parent to, just not worry about their pet because they're working or they're doing whatever. So when I saw it that way, like, I'm helping other people,
Right.
that kind of like makes everything better, even though, sometimes I don't feel like going for a walk with the dog. I don't, some dogs, are a pain in the butt. They're like,
Right.
so much or whatever. But it's just, I think that when you have a purpose, it really helps you get through your day. And it's just so, to me personally, since I started applying that more, it just makes my life way better.
Yep. Yeah. Having a purpose will make any situation tolerable. I remember, I use this story in my book. I talk about when I was a college student, my life, there was a period where I was just my life was just absolutely terrible. I was homeless. And I was crashing on a friend's parents' trailer home, and I was staying on. They had a bunk bed situation because they had a lot of kids, and then they had empty bunk beds. So I had like the top bunk on a bunk bed in a trailer home out in the country, and that was, I was effectively homeless, but they were letting me stay there and keep some stuff there, Yeah. And of course, getting in and out of the city every day, that was a chore. I didn't have any money for anything extra in my life. That was tough. Miserable circumstances, right? But they were tolerable, and I suffered through them because I knew that every day got me closer to this goal. My actions were goal oriented, which gave me a sense of purpose in my life at that particular time. Like the struggle wasn't a struggle because that's just the crumminess of my life circumstances. The struggle was a struggle that was part of me achieving something with my life, and so it gave me a sense of purpose. Purpose will help anybody suffer through some negative situations. Now, I like to compare that to another situation in my life where I had a job post getting my PhD. Making a substantial amount of money, a decent amount of money. In fact, college me would be so envious of me at this level. And my job was completely and totally meaningless. People use the term paper pushers, or pencil pushers or whatever. I was a guy who my title is unimportant. because it did sound like it was an important title. But the reality of my job was I was just checking, like PowerPoint reports before I passed them on to somebody else, and the PowerPoint reports were hardly even going to be looked at by anybody I was passing them on to. Absolutely pointless work. And I felt like I had no purpose in being there other than drawing a paycheck. And so I thought to myself, well, what could really be the purpose of this position? Well, the purpose was sustaining employment, right? And sustaining my company. And then I looked around at my company and I didn't like any of the people I was working with. I was like, here I am doing this pointless activity just so I could keep this company in business. And I don't even like the people who own the company. I don't even like the people who are working with me and so forth. And it just made for a very miserable experience day to day to day. And that's when I actually started suffering a great deal of stress in my life and actually started to look inward and say, well, what do I need to do about this? So that was right before I started stand-up comedy, by the way.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Which leads to my next question. You're like leading me into a question. It's great. You emphasize humor in dealing with stress. So how can laughter actually reduce stress on a physiological level?
Well, physiologically speaking, laughter does help manage stress because it suppresses the hormones that are released during stress. Psychologically speaking, it is all about changing those thoughts. It's a distraction, right? Like at the bare minimum, I'm momentarily distracted from my crappy day because I get to laugh, and of course, if I experience something negative in my life and I make a joke about it, it helps me to cope with that thing that I'm dealing with. Laughter has humor has a lot of benefits. Laughter, of course, helps me lower cortisol, which is the hormone that is involved in all those physiological mechanisms that you were just referencing. And this is why I point to my horrible work situation leading into my stand-up comedy career, because once I started doing stand-up comedy, the stress I felt went away with that particular job. I had that job during the day, go do an open mic at night. I felt so much better. And then it became the point where I was like, all I wanted to do was comedy. And then my career shifted completely after that.
That's amazing. Yeah. And everything you do, once you do comedy, it's like everything you do is tinted by comedy. It's like everything has
to be funny.
yeah, and without meaning to, because then you're thinking funny, right? Your brain's trained more to like focus on the funny positives instead of the negatives. Yes. That's why I love comedy. And through my cancer journey, I actually wrote a whole comedy special on, I wrote a book, a comedy special, because it helped me deal with it. Because I was looking at the funny things that were happening. I mean, they were not funny at the moment, but then I was like, if you look at it, it's really ridiculous what I'm going through. So a lot of great comedy comes from coping. Yes, absolutely. And how can we identify the tipping point when like daily stress starts to become detrimental to our health? What are the signs? That's hard to, each person's going to be different. Obviously, the physiological signs are there. There's blood pressure, there's substantial weight gain, substantial weight loss, high cortisol, which you're not going to notice, but you will have, a physician will notice it, headaches, dizziness, the kinds of things that you pointed out, psychosomatic dysfunction, maybe it's the onset of some pain, the kind of, my shoulder hurts or my neck hurts, my lower back hurts, that kind of stuff, yes. Any of those signs, are going to come around. But ultimately, I think the major thing to be on the lookout is any sort of impediment in life functioning. That if your stress is getting in the way, your ability to enjoy things, or the time you spend with your family, or the time you spend, doing things that might make you happy, or interfering with your ability to have a job or relationship. I mean, obviously those are really important signs, and we don't want to get to the point where we're suffering from high blood pressure any more than we want to get to the point when we're suffering from depression as a result of stress. So it is important to look for sort of the big picture signals, and it's easy to lose track of them. It's easy to not notice them.
especially if we're super highly focused on the bear. You know, if I'm so focused on, if I'm really focused on dealing with this bear that's about to attack me, and this bear is like, say, a car payment or a house payment or whatever, if I'm so focused on that particular element in my environment, I may not really notice that in the process I've developed this sort of like twitch with my eye, or my neck hurts repeatedly, or I just don't have a lot of energy like I used to, you know, stuff like that. And so it's important to be focused on the whole vibe, the whole, you know, the whole person.
Absolutely. And I love that you use bears as a metaphor for like extreme stressors. How can we prepare ourselves for the bears in our life, whether they're expected or unexpected? How can we be ready for them? Like, I'm ready to fight you.
Well, the expected ones are the easy ones to prepare for, right? Like, you know, you have something that's going to be coming up. Well, you train and you develop the skills and, you know, everything you need to be able to cope with that. You know, it's the unexpected stuff that really is problematic for us. And to train for that is to develop something that we call psychological resilience. And unfortunately, that is a lifelong pursuit. It is a lifelong pursuit. We don't think about it. We don't think that we're trying to train our brain to be more resilient as we're doing it. We're just doing it. You know, we do that by stepping up to challenges. Every time we would step up to a challenge, we are training our brain that this is something that we can do. We do it by solving problems. We do it by thinking positive. We do it by thinking differently, or by you know, and maintaining good physical health as well. You know, as the more we do that throughout our lives, the more resilient we become. Conversely, the less we do that throughout our lives, the more prone to, you know, neuroticism we become as we get older. You know, nobody's born anxious. I do like to point that out. You know, nobody's born anxious. They become anxious over time, and the reason why they do that is because they failed to develop a good sense of psychological resilience, among, you know, possible other causes as well. But nobody's born anxious. We develop it. We learn to be anxious.
Absolutely. Do you think just the pace of our life, and because we need to work to get essential things like food and shelter, medical care, you know, we have to work?
It could be. I mean, that could be a big part of it. People stress over different things, but I do know that in our country, at least, eating is pretty cheap. You know, social and medical benefits can be shared. Not social. Did I say so? Yeah. Well, medical shelter is what I meant to say, not social. Sheltering, and of course, you know, the three things you mentioned: food, shelter, and medical care. Medical care. Those things can be shared costs with family, with friends, with partners, and so forth. And so they don't have to be as expensive as they are on an individual level, and they certainly don't have to be the cause of our lack of health. You know, if you're stressing about how you're going to pay for healthcare, you're making yourself need healthcare. You know.
Yes, that is so true.
Yeah, you're stressing about how you're going to pay for shelter, obviously.
Do you think that many people struggle with the idea of letting go of control, like especially like in high stress situations? Yeah. And so what advice do you have for someone who finds this really difficult?
That's a tough one. For people who are kind of stuck in that mentality, I honestly I do recommend possibly consulting with a therapist, because, you know, having control issues is a hard fix on your own. You can easily recognize that, I got this problem. I always feel like I need to be in control, but it doesn't turn it off. You know, so there are some techniques that therapists will engage.
Nice. Well, yeah, I feel like I do sometimes get that, you know, I need to have control over my environment and how I'm going to live and stuff. But then I'm like, I could die tomorrow. So
that's right.
You know what I mean?
I like to remind myself, no matter what happens, like no matter what I do, I could still get hit by a bus. You know what I mean? Like, so it takes a little bit of the pressure off. You know, you know, some of the happiest people in the world are also the most religious.
Really?
And what there's comfort in religion because you are acknowledging that you have a lack of control, and that you are at least putting faith into some form of higher power and so forth, and that does really contribute to it. Religious people are much healthier and they're less stressed than non-religious counterparts. And
interesting.
as I'm not a religious person.
Me neither. I'm spiritual though, but not religious.
I am somebody who manages stress really well. But man, what I wouldn't do just to be able to say, okay, there's a God, he's going to take care of me, but my own brain doesn't let me do that.
Interesting. It's almost like you're trapped in a thought prison of your own. Yeah.
I'm trapped in the fact that I'm a psychologist and I know too much about the brain to be religious, but I understand the value of religion, and I've adopted many of the principles that religious people have without the dogma that might inspire those principles. But it is interesting when you look at that. Religious people are healthier overall, not just mentally but physically. And of course, there's plenty of examples of unhealthy people, and no matter what belief system. I'm not saying that this isn't a global statement, of course, but people will interpret that as a global statement. No, I got this friend who was screwed up by the, that's not what I'm talking about overall. In general, people with a good sense of faith are a little bit happier in life, and part of that is because it's out of their hands. At some point, you just have to realize it's nothing I can do about it.
Absolutely. I think I'm not religious at all. I have my own beliefs, and we all do have our own beliefs, right? They differ from person to person. But I do feel, that first of all, we're all going to die. So why stress and worry about things, right? We're all going to go wherever we're going, to another dimension or another form or whatever that is. And then it's like, if I worry, okay, I learned this when I was getting the diagnosis. I knew I had the cancer going on because they called me into the office. When a doctor calls you into the office, you're in trouble. If not, they're like, they don't even call you. You have to call, hey, did my MRI come out okay? They're like, yeah, it's all clear. But they're like, you have to come to the office like tomorrow.
Yeah.
So that was
come today because you're not going to make it tomorrow.
Exactly. So I was like, somebody actually told me, don't stress about it because right now you don't know. It could be 50-50, right? You think okay. So during the weekend, I was like, I'm going to enjoy my weekend because if I don't have it, I'm worrying about nothing. Yeah. And if I have it, then I will have time to worry later. I'm going to be like busy worrying about To be
honest, too, it's like worrying. Like if you have it, okay, you have it. Does worrying help it go away?
Not at all. No,
in fact, as you know, worrying makes it get worse.
Absolutely.
As your mental state contributes to your body's recovery.
100%. 100%.
There's no point in worrying about things that you can't do anything about.
Not at all. A doctor actually told me, and correct me if I'm wrong, that whenever you are stressing about something or you have a strong negative emotion, your immune system is like busy dealing with that, and it doesn't deal with like cancer cells or any kind of disease that might be going around. And it is so true, because when I was living with my ex-abusive boyfriend, I was always sick.
Cortisol inhibits your immune system.
That's what it is. Okay.
When you engage that response, what you're doing is you're inhibiting your immune system. And this makes good sense if you're being attacked by a bear. And see, that's why I always put it back in that context, so you can understand why your body does these things, right? If you're being attacked by a bear, you want every available resource in your body devoted to surviving that bear. Yeah. You don't want to waste energy on other systems that have nothing to do with bear survival. Your immune system helps to keep you alive, but no microorganism will kill you faster than that bear. The bear is going to attack. And so there's when a choice has to be made about where to delegate resources to in your body, you're always going to choose things that relate to your immediate survival over your long-term survival.
Yes.
Immune system goes way down. It's inhibited during times of stress, during times of, depression, because that's based on stress. Anxiety, it's based on stress. Anytime we're suffering from any great deal of stress, we are depleting our immune system. And as a result, as you mentioned, you get sick more often and you stay sick longer. And if you're in a situation like you were, where you're trying to engage your immune system as much as possible so you can help fight off this cancer, well, of course, you're at a severe disadvantage of doing so if you keep maintaining that kind of mindset.
Yeah. And I was very focused during that journey. Like, I knew I couldn't afford being stressed. Like, if I was sad and started having the thoughts like, why me? And and I would be like, okay, shut the hell up. Go away, thought, because I'm not entertaining you. And then I would just, watch something funny or watch a YouTube video or just listen to music. So I kind of learned how to switch the stress into something fun. So I think
distracting your brain, changing the channel.
Yeah, changing the channel. But to me, it's doing something fun that makes me happy versus, crying my eyeballs out, which is good to do that, right? Sometimes.
It's really hard to cry when you're actively, jog. Try crying and jogging at the same time. I mean, I'm sure somebody can pull it off, but honestly, you have to stop to cry. If you're jogging, you're preventing yourself from even feeling the emotion because your thoughts are focused on the activity.
100%. And in today's world, it's like social media, I feel like, an amplifies stress. So what strategies would you recommend to cope with stress induced by social media consumption?
Well, the strategies to cope with stress are the same as to cope with that kind of stress are the same as other forms of stress. Stress is stress. I think that a lot of people blame social media, but it's not really just social media. Remember that when you're on social media and you're surfing through your phone, you're also sitting on the couch doing nothing. And so literally, that's what, there are multiple things happening at the same time. We just social media is a easy scapegoat, so you're sitting on the couch doing nothing with no positive thought in your head. And all of a sudden you see something that angers you or agitates you or makes you feel jealous or, bad or whatever. And you might amplify that emotion in that moment. But the reality is, it's not the social media. I mean, maybe that helped put the thought in your head, but it's the fact that you're literally sitting there doing nothing but scrolling on your phone. I use social media a lot, as do you as well. And I always tell people that when I use it, I try to use it very productively. I post engaging content. I connect with friends. I make new friends. And so I get quite a bit out of social media. Occasionally I'll see somebody and oh man, Grace's comedy career is going better than mine or something like that. You know what I mean? How did Grace book that gig? I would have been good for that gig. But those kinds of thoughts don't stay very long because I'm busy. I'm busy doing something else,
Absolutely. And even, let me tell you, during my cancer treatment, my favorite, I had to be in bed a lot because I was tired. It makes you extremely tired. And so I would just scroll through TikTok because that just deterred
TikTok is the absolute worst. Don't get on TikTok. No.
I know. No, I love TikTok.
I'm just kidding. It doesn't matter. I know. The app doesn't matter.
The app doesn't matter, but it would distract me from my own fatigue and my own treatment, and I got used to doing that, so that's my relaxation. It's going through TikTok, and the algorithm will respond if I don't stay on something because I don't like it. Then I scroll fast, and the algorithm will be like, "Oh, she didn't like that.
Oh, she hates this, but she loves this for some
reason."
Yes.
So
I try to avoid TikTok only because I realize I already have enough time suckers in my life as it is, and I know that TikTok can really take some of your time away. And I'm a less well-known comedian because I haven't adopted that particular platform, But Instagram keeps me busy enough. Facebook keeps me busy enough, and But like I said, it doesn't matter the platform. What matters is what you're doing with your life. If you're just spending time scrolling through other people's content mindlessly, or, you know, it doesn't inspire a great deal of positive thoughts. I mean, it's not a recipe for healthy living. You know, think of all the things that you're not doing when you're busy scrolling social media. And that's a huge part of the problem that nobody talks about. You know, it's the same problem people have if they watch too much TV or play too many video games, or, you know, you have to change up what's going on in your brain, and you can only do that through some form of activity.
Absolutely. So let me ask you, for someone who's new to like stress management, they don't know anything about it, they have no idea what to do, what would you recommend as a first step towards living a more relaxed life?
Buy my book.
Where can you get the book, by the way?
No, I always say buy my book. You know, I give all sorts of information away all the time, but, you know, the ultimately the idea is like, I want to sell my book. You know,
of course.
But other than reading some book written by some guy, I mean, just do the things I talked about. Honestly, it all starts with a recognition of what the source of stress is. Let me bring it back to the bear. You know, I told you that imagine there's a bear about to attack you, or a bear about to attack me, or a lion, since you like to imagine the lion.
Yes.
So there's a lion about to attack you. Well, even if there is really a bear in your life, or really a lion, or whatever, it still depends on how you think about that stimulus as to how you're going to react to it. You know, my thoughts regarding lions or bears or whatever has a lot to do with how my brain interprets that response. You know, I might have an intrinsic, maybe built-in need to survive, and so therefore I see the bear and I recognize, ooh, that's an absolute threat, but it's still influenced by my thoughts. You know, and let's say hypothetically, you know, I'm walking through the woods one day, and I encounter a bear, and you know, it's the thoughts in my head are something like, this is a really nice day for a hike. You know, it's really beautiful and great to get out in nature. I really needed this, a little bit of exercise, you know. You know, maybe I'll see some wildlife, you know, maybe I'll, you know, oh, look, there's a deer over there. Oh, look, there's a squirrel. Oh, look, there's a bear. How lucky am I to see a bear? You know what I mean?
Right.
That's a mindset, right? It's just a matter of my thoughts. And if my mindset is in that capacity, yeah, I might not be immediately scared by the bear. You know, maybe it doesn't look like it's trying to attack me. Maybe it's just going about its business, you know? Yeah. On the other hand, maybe I'm walking through the woods and I'm like, oh man, you know, life has been tough lately. You know, I've been having a hard time. I've been struggling. I mean, I can't believe this happened and that happened. You know, I probably shouldn't. You know, I'm really afraid of the woods. Yeah, anything could jump out at any time. In fact, you know, I probably shouldn't have watched that movie Cocaine Bear before I came out here, because I'm really, I'm really freaking out. Oh, look, there's a bear. You know, the mindset sets the context in which we interpret, you know, things that are thrown at us. You know, I didn't expect a bear to attack me, or I didn't expect to see a bear on my trail, rather, but the state of mind that I'm in and when I encounter it influences whether or not I recognize it as a threat. And then, of course, once I do recognize it as a threat, well, that influences the nature of the thoughts that I may have afterwards. And so it is really important to understand the role that your thoughts have in influencing your stress. And that's, I think, the first thing that anyone needs to do with regard to managing stress, is to understand where it comes from. You know, I ask people all the time, what are you so stressed about? And they'll say, well, this, and this. I'm like, not once will they mention my interpretation of this, the way I think about this, the way my value system is affected by this, and so forth, right? They don't recognize their own internal contribution to the stress they're experiencing.
I agree 100%. It's like I believe we create our own reality, because it's all about perception, how we perceive things. You know, I might like the color purple, you might hate the color purple. So it's like, it's just how we see things. It's still the same color, but we just don't agree. So your reality is different than mine in that aspect of life. So yeah, it's all about how you see life. It's really important how you think and feel about life and the events that happen to you. I think that really helps.
Ultimately, there is an objective reality, right? There is actually a world that you and I both live in,
Right.
that we are interacting with. But how our mind interprets those things that we interact with makes all the difference. All the difference
Absolutely.
in the world.
And for my last question, what do you hope readers take away from the art of taking it easy in terms of long-term life changes?
You know, to be honest with you, I can't expect a book to change anyone's life. It's I don't, that could never be what I would expect to happen from somebody reading my book. I would love that to happen. I would love to increase awareness of stress, because to be honest, we are currently facing a very severe mental health crisis in our society, and not just our society though. The entire world is in the midst of suffering from this mental health crisis, and nobody knows what to do with it because nobody knows what the real culprit is. Right? People talk about social media. They talk about guns. They talk about world events, disasters, climate change. They talk about all these things that people stress about, and there are real things that people stress about. But one thing that people fail to realize is the whole collected package of changes that have taken place to human beings. Our lives are remarkably good right now, Grace. Like our lives are so good. We might not say that, well, my life stinks compared to so-and-so, or, I don't have as much money as that person or whatever. But our lives are so good. Our poor people have cable TV and gaming machines, and it's life is good.
Yes,
it's better than it's ever been. And yet we're generating more depressed people and more anxious people than ever before. And part of the reason for that is this collection of influences that people are pointing out. There's a lot of talk about nutrition right now, and I'm following that with. There's a lot of talk about physical exercise, a lot of talk about, this, and that, and so forth. The reality is that all those things are happening simultaneously. We're not exercising. We're not doing stuff with our lives. We are bombarded by social media information. We are bombarded by advertising and social comparisons, and there are bad things happening in the world. And instead of preventing ourselves from going crazy over them, a lot of us are just sitting on the couch and ruminating, or sitting on the couch and worrying. And and that's a big part of the problem, is the whole collection of all these things. So how do we solve that? I don't know, but I would really like to throw my little bit in to try to help people to recognize the role that their own brain has on the stress of the experience, and hopefully maybe take some steps to change the way they think and change some of their activity levels. And that's all that I can really hope to establish with the book.
Absolutely. And everything you said reminds me of this documentary called The Blue Zones: How to Live to 100 and Beyond, or something like that, on Netflix. And one of the things that they said that all the blue zones, which is people that live over 100, had was exercise. They ate mostly plant-based diets. They had a sense of community. They helped and volunteered. They worked. So I feel like all of that is.
Let me just say though, it gets dangerous when you focus on very specific things. Like so I know a lot of people like, well, I want to be healthy, so I'm going to live a vegetarian lifestyle. As you talked about, going to a vegan restaurant. There's no animal products in potato chips. There's no animal products.
Of course, you can eat.
There's no animal products in Snickers bars.
Absolutely.
So you could be like, if you focus solely on one aspect and you think that's going to make you healthy, it's not. Because then every time you're sitting around bored, you have the urge to eat. Well, you got potato chips and other meat-free snacks.
Yeah.
We really do need to focus more on the big picture, you know. And so myself, for example, I referenced sitting on the couch and not doing anything several times throughout this talk. When I sit on the couch and I don't do anything, I do get the urge to get up and go snack and eat. And
Of course, absolutely.
and, you know, that's snacking. And so I might say, well, I need to cut out all snacks and that's going to solve my problems. You
not
know?
really.
No, it's not. I have to keep my brain busy so that I never feel like snacking, basically. You know?
Well, actually, when I say plant-based, it's whole foods plant-based, which does not include processed crap, junk food. Yes, of course, Oreo cookies are actually vegan. But that's
true.
what I say. Yeah. I mean, I go vegetarian sometimes, but I try to avoid meat because of the type of cancer that I had. And that's just a personal choice that I have, period. And according to my blood type, it's better to be plant-based and not eat meat.
I was a vegetarian for several years. Actually, I was a vegan for several years.
Yeah.
I lived in Austin, Texas, which is a good place to be a vegan, by the way.
Yeah.
And then I moved to New Orleans, Louisiana.
Oh my God, forget it.
It's terrible.
I live there. No,
terrible.
you can't be vegan there.
Terrible place to be a vegan. So I found myself eating a whole lot of peanut butter and jelly sandwiches when I lived in New Orleans. And is that a healthy lifestyle? Of course not.
No, no, absolutely not. No, but the food is very important. That it's clean food.
Yeah. Ironic in New Orleans, where like seafood is king. Some of the healthiest food you can eat is like shrimp and fish, and
I don't
I can't eat that because I'm a vegetarian. Let me go home and make myself another peanut butter and jelly po' boy.
Yeah, well, that's not what I'm talking about.
I know. I just had to throw out a bit. That's all.
Okay, that's fine. I know.
We are comedians, by the way.
I know.
You and I. I mean, we get stuck in these serious subjects, but we are still comedians,
I know. We joke around. Yes. But no, I don't want you to think that I eat crap. Though I eat crap sometimes. You know why? Because crap makes me feel good sometimes.
Oh, of course. It's comforting.
Crap. I admit it. And it's okay.
There is comfort in comfort foods.
Yeah,
That's why we got them. Yep.
A lot of people are very strict, like raw vegan and this. I'm flexible. I'm basically whole foods plant-based. I'll go vegetarian when I'm going crazy. And then I'll have little sweet, I love treats. Right. So I'll have one a day because it makes me happy. And it's not vegan. The treats I have are not vegan. So, but they're kind of healthy-ish. But still, you have to also, it's a balance of eating healthy and also eating stuff that you like every now and then. It's a balance. It's not you have to go all the way one way.
It's interesting that we're getting to this point because, just like the last talk we had about my first book led into the talk, we're now getting into the territory of my most recent book.
No, stop it. What is it? I love that.
My most recent book came out last year. It's called Of Bears and Weight Loss. And it's all about this particular subject. So.
We need to have you back on that book. We'll book it.
We'll be a three-peat.
I love it because it is a relationship with food. Is a relationship. That's for sure. Oh, I would love that if you will book it. So, guys,
Absolutely.
He's going to be back. He's back. But anyway, we've been going on for an hour, which is great. Thank you for your time, for being here for an hour and enriching our lives and enlightening us about how to handle stress, which we all need a little bit of enlightenment on that. And definitely we'll have you back talking about your other book.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Grace. Good talking to you as always.
Same here. Thank you so much. I'll see you soon.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, you guys. Thank you for tuning in. And I'm going to stay a little bit longer if you guys want to comment or I'll just chat, whatever. I'll be a few minutes here and I'll see if you guys want to hang out. But anyway, speaking of hanging out, tomorrow, I am going to be on YouTube on a live called Lunch with Grace. And I'm going to actually make one of my favorite dishes that I make all the time because I am a little lazy when it comes to cooking. And I'm going to show you how easy and healthy and yummy it is. So I think I'm going to do lunch with Grace with some cooking tomorrow. So if you want to join me, go ahead and subscribe to my YouTube. Let me actually take it off as a ticker and I'll put it right there. So help grow the channel, the YouTube. Now we're streaming on YouTube right now too. And subscribe so we can grow the channel and help others. We have amazing guests on all my podcasts. We do lives, and my YouTube channel is all about love, joy, and transformation. So if you guys are into that, if you're going to grow as a person, we are all growing together, because I am growing with you guys. It's not like I'm going to teach you how to grow, because I don't know how to teach anybody how to grow. It's about, you know, just being joyful and transforming and growing together. I think that's what my thing is, you know, in my YouTube channel and everything I do and everything, all the platforms. So anyway, subscribe to the channel. And so you can join me tomorrow at 11 a.m. Pacific time. And it would be 1 p.m. Central time and 2 p.m. Eastern time, lunch with Grace. And let me actually show you. I would love to show you right now what I've been up to. I wrote, speaking of relationships, I wrote a book about dating. And I've been very busy, you guys. I've been like writing books and doing podcasts and all kinds of stuff. So I'm going to show you right now. Let me get this off right there. And I am going to show you what my next book is about. And it's available at thestateofgraceshop.com. And also, by the way, at the State of Grace Shop, I have tons of like fun t-shirts. Like I have the Buddha with Booty series. I have the Grace Rules series. I have mugs, t-shirts, desk mats. I have books there. I have tickets to my next live party, which is on November 6th, I think. Let me see. When is my next party? Woohoo! November 16th, you guys. So November 16th is my next party. Private party. It's only $5 to get in. We had a blast the last one we did, and it's only happening on YouTube. And so let me actually run the little video that I made on my book. Okay, my new book. Check it out. Dating is like trying to find a needle in a haystack, except the haystack is full of frogs and weird DMs. But who says you can't have fun while you're searching for that needle or prince? Say goodbye to dating disasters and hello to love that lights up your world. In Love, Laughter, and Lessons, a fun guide to dating, I spill all the secrets to navigating the dating scene with grace, humor, and just the right amount of sass. Whether you're swiping left or making eye contact across the room, I'll show you how to attract love like a magnet. It's time to stop waiting for love and start living it. Get your copy of Love, Laughter, and Lessons, a fun guide to dating today, and let the magic begin. So I made that video myself, you guys. I'm totally now into making videos and editing them and making them fun. I don't know why. I just love doing that. So, so there is, let me see. Oh, by the way, I would love you guys to check my merch on the State of Grace Shop, and I'm going to show you some of them. Okay, they're really fun. So check it out. All right, I made that video too. I'm so proud of myself. I'm making all these videos. So anyway, also, if you want to subscribe to my Patreon, it's only $5.99 a month, and you get to watch all the comedy series that are not available to the general public. They're just on the fan sites that I have. So check out the series that I have. And I'm going to actually come up with more. I have Psychic Patty, who is a psychic who always predicts the future wrong. And then when the people call her like, well, that didn't happen, she blames them. Well, it's because you didn't do this, isn't that? So that's the premise of that skit. And then I have Maurice, the French ladies man. And he's going to have a mannequin, and he's going to let you know how to treat the ladies. And he doesn't have a clue. Okay. He thinks he has a clue, but he doesn't. So, but now what I have is Golfing with Jose there. I have the Tias, and I have Bill. And look, Bill is one of my favorite characters. I love Bill. When I lived in the South, you know, I had contact with a lot of Bills. So I know them very well. But anyway, check it out. Oh, I was dancing to the music. So by the way, also on Patreon, you can read a couple of my books for free. So it's a really, really good deal, you guys. And personal messaging, all kinds of like perks as a member. So check it out. It's everything I do is the State of Grace Fraga. So patreon.com/@the-state-of-grace-fraga. And so is my youtube.com/@the-state-of-grace-fraga. So anyway, I think I'm gonna, another thing I have, you guys are gonna love this. And this is gonna be on all the platforms, and it's gonna be Top 10 with Grace. Okay. And I'm gonna have guests that are gonna be with me, and we are going to do the top 10 like craziest things. The next time we're doing top 10 things you didn't know about the Macy's Thanksgiving parade. I think that's kind of like the bulk of the title of the list. I have like a ton of lists, and we're gonna pick like the most fun, ridiculous ones. Last time we have like 10 top like phobias you didn't even know existed. Though, by the way, it's under Brain Babes. That one, it was Brain Babes top 10. And you can watch it on the Brain Babes playlist on my YouTube. And that one was a lot of fun with Kathy McCauley. She was so much fun, you guys, that I invited her back to do my top 10 with Grace, which is a new thing that I have, a new live show that I have. And here's the intro, so you can see I made the intro myself too. Yeah, that one is going to be on November 22nd. It's a Friday at 11 a.m. Pacific time, 1 p.m. Central time, and 2 p.m. Eastern time. Follow me, actually, subscribe, but you can follow me on Instagram. I post all the stuff there. Here it is. And my Instagram is @the-state-of-grace-fraga. Again, most of my stuff, except my Twitter, my ex is Grace Fraga. I don't want to change it because it's that whole vibe trying to change that. So @the-state-of-grace-fraga IG, follow me there, and you will get notifications of everything that's going on with all the lives that I do. And if you want all my links, you can go to my Linktree/Grace Fraga. You can get all of them there. Okay. But anyway, thank you so much, you guys, for being here. I love you, and I appreciate your love and support. And I will see you tomorrow, hopefully, on Lunch with Grace. And I'm going to teach you my little vegan recipe that's delicious. I'm a rice person, so that's what I'm going to say. It's with rice. Yeah, it's yummy. All right. So you guys have a fantastic rest of your day. And like we talked about today, if you're stressed out or you're thinking like, I got to do this, I got to do that, just pause and say, all right, I'm going to go take a walk, or I'm going to drive myself here. I'm going to go. What I do is like I go to Starbucks and get a coffee and a brownie because I love that. Or I go drive myself to the beach, which I might do after this. And I did that yesterday. And I went to my favorite vegan restaurant because I'm working so hard, which is good. And it keeps me busy. And I love helping others through the work that I do. Everything I do is about helping others. And sometimes I need to remind myself, like, girl, you need to, like, Jill. So do that. Okay. Remember, you're important. You need to take care of yourself. If you don't take care of yourself, nobody will. So take care of yourself and remember that it's all about how you see life. And if you see life as it's shit, it's going to be shit. If you see life as it's fun, it's going to be fun. So it's all about how we see life, even when we're going through the worst times of our lives. Okay. So speaking of that, before I go, I am going to show you the book, Get This Off My Chest, which is all about that, about joy and transformation, even through the hardest times in your life. And that one is also available at the State of Grace shop. And all my books at the State of Grace shop, except for two, they're $9. They're all on PDF and they're all $5.99, the last books that I wrote. Okay. So here you go. Life hit me with a storm I never saw coming. Stage 3 breast cancer. But let me tell you something. When the storm passes, something beautiful can emerge. I know because I lived it. Get This Off My Chest is my story of transformation. It's about finding peace, joy, and positivity in the middle of the hardest battle of my life. This book is for anyone who's ever felt overwhelmed by life's challenges, especially when it comes to your health. It's not just another cancer memoir. It's a guide to reclaiming your life, your joy, and your power. When I was going through cancer treatment, I made a choice to laugh through the chaos, to surround myself with love, and to embrace every single day with gratitude. I want to share that with you. Get This Off My Chest is about shifting your mindset, flipping the script, and learning to find light in the darkest moments. Because I believe that transformation is beautiful, and every challenge, no matter how hard, is an opportunity to rediscover yourself. So whether you're fighting your own battle or supporting someone you love, this book is for you. It's for the warriors, the survivors, and anyone ready to live life with joy, strength, and a whole lot of humor. Get your copy of Get This Off My Chest. It's available on my online shop, www.thestateofgraceshop.com. Your journey to healing starts now. All right, you guys, I hope you liked that video. I made it myself too. I always make it myself. But so anyway, eventually I think I'll be able to afford somebody to help me, but I kind of enjoy doing it. So I don't know if I want to like delegate that. I really don't. So anyway, you guys, I will see you tomorrow at 11 a.m. Pacific time, 1 p.m. Central time, 2 p.m. Eastern time. Can't wait to show you my favorite recipe. So join me on YouTube, only on YouTube. That's the only one that I'm going to be on. It's youtube.com/@thestateofgrace.Fraga. So I'll see you tomorrow. Bye. Love you guys. Let me guess. You've been in a relationship that felt like a roller coaster, except you weren't strapped in, and now you're dizzy as hell. Sound familiar? Yeah, I see you, honey. If you've ever been love bombed, gaslit, or stuck in a situationship that felt like an unpaid internship, you, my friend, deserve better. Let's break the cycle. I help you spot toxic patterns, heal from narcissistic abuse, and step into your power like the king or the queen that you are. No more chasing, no more fixing, no more, but maybe they'll change nonsense. Whether you're fresh out of a breakup, wondering if you're dating another red flag in disguise, or just ready to find love without the drama, I got you. Book a one-on-one session with me and let's create a love life that's actually fun instead of an episode of Survivor Toxic Island. Well, here is to healing, to healthy love, and to knowing your worth, baby. Cheers.